Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming. I'm hoping everything is working correctly. It appears to be. Just give me a second here. I discovered Pam Bondi's meeting, or her congressional hearing or whatever, where she perjured herself over and over and over again. It was crazy. If you guys have not seen that yet, it's absolutely nuts. I'm not sure we're going to watch the whole thing. We'll watch through some of it at least. Welcome, Viking EBJ, Yargenchi, Dr. Hayes. Okay. 1 second. Oh, yes. And I also got a copy of The War on Science illegally, all legal. And I also text-to-speeched it. It's still going right now. Legally, of course. I'm just looking through here. Yeah. So it looks like it has about an hour to go, and I just want to listen to a little bit of that in a while. So watch the whole thing last night. It was nuts. Okay. Well, let's watch it, shall we? We also need to cover some stuff for my main channel. I'm not sure when we're going to get to that point or what it's going to be about, but we'll get there. We will get there. Where does this actually start? See here. Tired of being targeted for their beliefs?
Bob's opinion, and who put cocaine in the White House. But thank goodness the American people saw through it all. Americans were tired of being targeted for their beliefs, tired of the lawfare, tired of the rampant crime throughout this country, and that's why they overwhelmingly elected President Trump. And what a difference a year makes. What a difference a year makes. Under Attorney General Bondi, the DOJ has returned to its core missions, upholding the rule of law.
Dude, it looks like it's out of sync.
Upholding the rule of law.
Did I get a bad version or something? All right, let's just jump to where Bondi starts answering questions. Here. Right.
We reclaim our time. That means you stop. And if you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Pamela J. Bondi has served as the Attorney General of the United States since February 5th.
What is this, like a wrestling intro or something?
Hosting me here to department.
Let me just see where she stops. I want to get to the questioning. Here we go. Hold on. Is this where it is? Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry, guys. I just want to
seek hard at home that might quickly.
Do I have the right video? I'm sorry. Hang on.
Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't like the answer.
Time.
So,
Mr. Chairman.
why?
I have asked.
Didn't she ask?
This is where I was. Let's start here.
Stand aside and allow the production of either an individual or documents, because I think people are missing the point that these ICE retainers and detainers and so on, they act like they're nothing when in fact.
Thank you, Congressman, for talking about all the great judges.
Ugh. She's so insufferable, dude. I cannot stand her. Okay. How far in is this? This is 28 minutes? Yeah, okay. This is Pam Bondi at an Epstein hearing, and she literally screams at people through the whole thing. It's wild to watch. This is an important issue, the Epstein issue, because Donald Trump is losing on this. I think we all recognize him to be the pedophile that he is now, right? Anyway, let's listen to her literally scream at Congress during this hearing and perjure herself.
And so we're continuing to do that, but we're always seeking qualified lawyers as well to be part of that. And thank you for highlighting that, Congressman.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi, right here. We are joined in this room by some of the thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. They have shown such incredible courage in speaking out, in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators.
This is just fucking evil. You know, some of the names that of the survivors that they revealed in these files were previously unknown. They had not come forward. They hadn't even made any accusations. And the reason they were redacted in the first place is because Epstein's network of extremists, like the Sultan, who watched a torture video, quote unquote, for example, sends leg breakers around to murder these people, these girls, these survivors, or to intimidate them or otherwise silence them. Like, this isn't just, oh, I don't want to be harassed or whatever. This is literal, like, you're putting them in danger for their lives. But they were very careful to protect actual rapists. I don't understand what the point of what they did was, if not to punish the survivors and protect the rapist. What other, like, point could there possibly be here? It was straight up fucking evil.
Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video."
Thomas Massie went into a meeting to, or let me rephrase. Thomas Massie went into a secure briefing, I don't remember what it's called, where he can look at the unredacted Epstein files as a member of Congress. And he looked for this one specifically, and he found it. It was a Sultan of the United Arab Emirates. That's who that was. And they unredacted survivor names. How fucking crooked is that shit? There is no bottom for these people. No depths that are too low for Pam Bondi and Donald Trump or any of the others.
Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon. Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List.
I didn't realize she was going to go through everything that I just went through.
We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted.
Like, the names of the victims are completely irrelevant for the world to see. It can only do harm, can only do damage. It can only enable pedophiles to target the victims or the survivors even more.
Along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein.
That is beyond fucked up. I don't even have words for it. But that's not even the worst thing that I'm worried about for them. Yeah, their family knowing is a travesty. But the fact that the Sultan is out here reading these documents and knows exactly who these survivors are now, that's not just a travesty. That's a, I don't know what the word, monstrosity.
In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand.
You know, there are boys in there. I didn't realize this. There are male victims or male survivors in there. It's not very often. I think it's like, I believe it was estimated by the police officer who was handling the case many years ago that it was 1 in 50. But we're talking about thousands and thousands of victims, of survivors. And to my understanding, I don't believe that Jeffrey Epstein was taking advantage of the boys. I think that he was providing the boys to somebody else, to other clients or whatever.
And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record,
none of them,
that every single survivor has raised their hand. Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
And apologize to ones that are not here right now, who didn't even come out, who didn't admit to this, who didn't want the media circus, who wanted nothing to do with this, and whose name you plastered all over everything for the rapists to find. Apologize to them. No, the answer is no, I suppose, right? She's not going to apologize to anybody.
Congresswoman, you sat before Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General Bondi.
No.
Wait, who the fuck cares about Merrick Garland? I'm sorry. What does he have to do with literally anything? You know, honestly, I don't think there was like a, let me put it this way. There wasn't a political will under Merrick Garland or Joe Biden to do this, because the Epstein stuff was legitimate conspiracy. First of all, we didn't know. First of all, we couldn't access some records because it was an ongoing case and the records were sealed. They were unsealed under Donald Trump. And second, the conspiracy theorists around Epstein were making up insane shit. Like, I'm trying to think of an example. They called him hang on one second. Let me see if I can find some examples here. One second. All right, here you go. Here are some examples of actual conspiracy theories. Epstein was harvesting adrenochrome. Epstein was harvesting adrenochrome from children and then providing it to like the elites or whatever. That's complete nonsense. That's not how it works. Adrenochrome is not a real drug. Okay, it's a real chemical. It's not a drug that people take. It doesn't even like give you a high. He was satanic. He was into the occult. Is another conspiracy theory. He was running satanic rituals. People pointed to the striped temple-like structure on Little St. James Island as proof of occult activity. It was obviously just like a music pavilion or a gym. But the point is, like, there were a ton of conspiracy theories, and the Epstein story was clear as day. It was plainly just conspiracy when QAnon was working with it. Now, we happen to get some facts from the case from somebody named Julie Brown in 2017, I believe, who broke a story in the Miami Herald. And when that happened, when we got these facts, we started digging in more and found that QAnon was completely off their fucking rocker and there was no basis in reality to literally anything that they said. But this guy actually is a pedophile. So the point is that Merrick Garland saying all of the shit, not bringing the case or whatever, it was a little bit too premature to bring the case. To be fair, though, all of these elites were aware of what was going on. Elon Musk was aware. Donald Trump was aware, even in 2016. All of these people were well aware and could have alerted anybody to this stuff at a moment's notice. I think in 2017, there was no real reason to believe that it deserved federal attention yet. I don't know. I mean, I just don't know enough about the case. But she's acting like she's not covering up for Epstein right now and Epstein's clients. She's pretending that she's not the perpetrator now.
Can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a specific question that I would like you to answer, which is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
This is called the tu quoque fallacy. Know you. If you don't have a defense, then you blame the other side for something. You point the finger the other way.
Members get to ask the questions, the witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
that's
respond.
not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Jim Shorts Jordan, the guy who protected a pedophile when he was a gym teacher or whatever, is telling us that she doesn't have to answer for protecting pedophiles. Wow. Knock me over with a feather. Who could have seen that coming?
She doesn't like the answer. So,
No, I don't like the answer because the answer was obviously no. You're not going to turn around and apologize to them. You're right. I don't like the answer.
Mr. Chairman,
why?
I have asked
Didn't she ask Merrick Garland this?
I am
Twice
reclaiming my
when he sat in
time,
my
and
chair.
when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the
my
gentlelady's
I'm
reclaimed her
not going
time.
to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say
I'll
this.
direct it to
Oh my God, dude. She's breaking protocol. She's completely ignoring the rules of decorum because she wants to point the finger at somebody else instead of herself.
A massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness is
I'm not
interrupting.
gonna get in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time
doing
and
theatrics.
let me have my
The
time.
gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final
Thank you.
17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only
Regular
to
order.
then say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Ghislaine Maxwell and transferred her to a
She's saying Donald Trump sent his lawyer to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell if she would deny Trump had anything to do with Epstein, she would get a lowered sentence. And that's what happened. She said Trump was innocent and had nothing to do with any of this, and then she was put into a minimum security prison. I wouldn't want to make an enemy of Donald Trump when I was in federal prison like that, probably. So it makes sense that this rapist pedophile is also a bad person in other ways.
minimum security prison, and now you can.
Dude, it's going to take so much work to unwind all of the crimes that took place. I'm very confident that there will be teams of people working on it, though. I mean, and I say that because I know the people who will probably be on those teams working to unravel all of the fucked up nonsense that happened during this era, that Donald Trump protected people who committed crimes, committed them himself, and persecuted people who tried to stop him.
Continue the cover-up, and I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you, and on a human level,
Chairman,
apologize
The chair now
to
recognizes
them
the chair.
on what you have done.
Time of the gentlelady
yield
expired.
back.
The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back.
Theatrics.
We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was.
Wait, is he editorializing here? What's he doing? Why is he talking here? I thought he was just the administrator to make sure that everything was fair in this hearing. But he's going to drop his opinion with no, time or anything?
And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows something about securing the border is up for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. In 2022, Lafarge, which is a French cement company, pled guilty in U.S. federal court to participating in a criminal conspiracy with ISIS. That conspiracy contributed to the deaths of U.S. service members fighting in Syria during Operation Inherent Resolve. As part of the plea...
Mr. Biggs. I'm not sure. Is this Andy Biggs? There's no way. This is Andy Biggs. Damn, I thought Andy Biggs is way older than this. This guy is a complete sack of shit, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Wait, I'm just looking here. Wow, he's apparently Mormon, too. Or he was Mormon, at least. He went on a mission trip for the Mormons. That's wild. Okay, let's hear the insane nonsense to come out of his mouth.
Plea agreement, Lafarge was required to pay more than $775 million to DOJ's Asset Forfeiture Fund. In February 2025, my colleagues and I sent you a letter urging the department to review the petitions for remission submitted by the families of those fallen service members, including several of my constituents. The previous administration ignored these victims and our requests.
Okay, what does this have to do with literally anything? I don't understand. We're here to talk about the Epstein files, and this jagoff comes in talking about, Afghanistan and wounded service members and how, Joe Biden isn't a good person or whatever. What? Where did any of this come from exactly?
And left their petitions unresolved. My question for you on this particular issue is if you're willing to work to ensure those families that their petitions will be reviewed and brought to a resolution.
Wait, I don't understand. I'm trying to understand here. Is he saying... I'm just lost. I don't know. Maybe I'll understand when I listen back to it, like during editing or whatever.
Congressman, we are aware of that, and we're committed to doing everything we can to support the victims and work with you. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, appreciate your answer. And now let's go to something that
So cordial.
is also pressing that I've been working on for years, and this is the FISA Section 702 and Arctic frost. In January 2025, you testified before the U.S. Senate and agreed with Senator Lee that, quote, anytime an American citizen's private communications are intercepted or stored, whether through incidental collection or otherwise, those communications should not be searched without some showing of probable cause, close quote. You still hold that view today, I assume?
Yes.
And during the most recent FISA reauthorization, I offered an amendment to establish a clear warrant requirement for searches of Americans' data while preserving every publicly cited operational exception, including emergencies, defensive queries, cybersecurity threats. And my intent was to ensure the Department of Justice could continue to keep Americans safe while also ending warrantless searches of
I bet. That was his goal, totally. And yeah, she absolutely believes in the Fourth Amendment, 100%. I believe it, without question. Absolutely.
U.S. persons' data. Are there any additional circumstances or exceptions that you believe must be included to ensure DOJ can continue to operate effectively while still protecting American citizens' data and privacy?
Yeah, Congressman, we are committed to working with Congress to uncover weaponization and other misconduct by Jack Smith, by others, Arctic frost, everything.
Again, what does this have to do with literally anything? Like, why are you even bringing any of this up?
It happened under the past administration. And we are committed to working with you on that. And we are working with Chairman Jordan, with the House Intel, with all of our my fellow cabinet members on resolving that issue.
Well, thank you. And I'm glad you brought up Arctic frost, because Section 702 was used in the Arctic frost investigation.
It was.
And information derived was used by Special Counsel Jack Smith. And my question has always been, and no one's been able to answer this, is what was the legal predicate for using a foreign intelligence authority in the Arctic frost investigation? Have you been able to ascertain any legal predicate?
Yeah, like, I wonder how he feels about the fact that he's covering up for, deflecting from, and protecting a pedophile who worked directly with Donald Trump and who almost certainly acted as, like, you know, and who almost certainly had Trump as a client.
Congressman, what I can tell you today is that has been referred to my office. I can't discuss anything regarding that because it is very active and ongoing.
Like, what does it have to do with literally anything?
And you probably can't answer this one either, but I really want to know if Section 702 queries related to that matter involved members of Congress, which we know at some level it did, congressional staff, which we know at some level did. We've heard that journalists or other U.S. persons not suspecting of acting as foreign agents were also caught up in that. Can you answer that question and say...
Okay, the Arctic frost investigation is a highly controversial 2022 FBI probe later expanded by Special Counsel Jack Smith into Donald Trump and his allies. Oh, I see. So Andy Biggs is claiming that, like, Congress was in on trying to get Trump prosecuted or something?
Whether queries did cover all those groups I just identified.
It is a very active pending investigation within my office. However, I believe many members of Congress have...
Didn't he literally already say that?
...stated that their phones were part of Arctic frost. We are well aware of that, and we are taking this very seriously, and this is a very active investigation. And I would keep going and say, if any member of the Democrat Party, if any of them, if that had happened to them, we would take that just as seriously.
Yeah, I bet. What happened to them? Like, what is she talking about? She thinks the Justice Department was weaponized against Trump. Is that what she's referring to here?
serious as we do. And they should be jumping up and down, screaming, supporting you and what you want to do.
God, these people are so full of shit. What about Epstein? That's why we are here.
Because this should be a bipartisan issue.
Well, I hope it is a bipartisan issue. I'll just...
Literally, the president committing crimes while he's president and then being investigated for those crimes, it should be a bipartisan issue. The president shouldn't be investigated. Is that what they're saying? What broke in these people?
Leave with these last couple of questions, which I'm sure fall into the same investigation privilege. But that's this. How many such queries were actually conducted overall? This is outside Arctic Frost in the prior year by the FBI or other intelligence community. And particularly, we really need to know, what were the legal standards applied? Did they use probable cause? Did they use reasonable articulable suspicion? Or did they have no individualized suspicion? And
I don't understand why he's even talking about this. Let's jump forward. It's completely fucking irrelevant.
Consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA quickly rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2026. And it says it was because of an impasse with the DOD over the use of unmanned military aircraft and not triggered by...
He doesn't want her to even finish the title of the article because it works against him. Reality works against him, apparently. So he's interrupting her to say without objection. Like, what the fuck, dude? These people are so... Honestly, they are so fucked. I don't believe that Republicans are going to win an election for a generation. They are so incredibly unpopular right now. I can't articulate how unhappy people are with them. I don't think a single Republican in this room, or almost no Republican in this room, is going to be in Congress in the next 4 years, in my opinion. Or 6 years, because that's how long, like, all of Congress renews. So we'll say 6 years. You know what? We'll say 4 years. I bet none of them are going to be in there in 4 years.
Mexican cartel drones.
Without objection.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure the members, certainly on my side, if not both sides,
that's not a point of order.
No, that every member will get 5 minutes with the witness.
So that was a point of order. You were just being a shithead, is what it sounds like.
Will there be 5 minutes for each?
Yeah, you get 5 minutes. Yeah.
With the witness. Okay, very good.
Yeah. Okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this Department of Justice. In particular, it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did.
It's like the clearest example of a cover-up for political reasons that I think maybe I've ever seen in my life.
Did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious.
I can't imagine it's not malicious. It was clearly malicious, right? Like, they redacted rapists' names, but not the victims' names.
But either way, it is completely unacceptable. Even more troubling, the DOJ has failed to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged in a relentless pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for years of financial fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured an investigation against her for alleged, quote, mortgage fraud.
Which then, I believe, got dropped because it was nonsense all along, yes.
The U.S. attorney leading the investigation, Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee, refused to bring charges against Ms. James because there was simply no evidence. Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refuses to do Trump's bidding has no place in this DOJ, so Mr. Siebert was forced out. Trump could not contain his fury that he expressed to you in a social media post addressed to you by name. I'm sure you've seen it. Quote, I fired him, and there is a great case, he wrote to you about Mr. Siebert. Then we moved down. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. And obviously, you followed that order. Lindsay Halligan, Trump's former defense lawyer who had never prosecuted a case in her life, was installed to replace Mr. Siebert, and it was clear that part of her mandate was to go after Ms. James. Halligan immediately sought an indictment, which a court dismissed because Halligan was illegally put into the role. But your department was undeterred, and not once, but twice, it tried to indict Attorney General James in separate courts. Both grand juries rejected you and refused to indict her. It is practically unheard of for a grand jury to refuse an indictment. In 2016, it happened in just 6 cases out of over 150,000 offenses.
Wow, that's crazy. I did not realize that.
And you had it happen twice in the same week in 2 different courts. That must have been humiliating. And now there are reports that you are continuing to investigate her. The amount of resources that have gone into targeting Attorney General James, months of investigations, multiple failed indictments, is astounding. Since your own prosecutors told you that there is not enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you are going after her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just one name on a long list of Trump political enemies that DOJ is reportedly targeting. From Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylors, and more. And those are just the ones we know about. In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators?
Like Jeffrey, or wait, what's his name? Wexler, whatever his name is, something Wexler, the head of Victoria's Secret, sent an email to Jeffrey Epstein that said something like, your littlest girl was a little naughty last night, or was very naughty last night. How fucking evil is that shit? That is unforgivably evil. And they protected the guy. They protected him. They redacted his name. What the fuck?
Traders are you even investigating?
Why isn't he in prison?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me.
Yeah, this was a very straightforward question, and she's completely ignoring the question. She's just going to go off on some tangent about how the Democrats are out to get Donald Trump or some stupid shit like that. And she's literally going to scream at Congress now. I've never seen somebody react this way in Congress.
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer the
theatrics are
question the way I
ridiculous.
asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
the time belongs.
I think it's very interesting.
Reclaiming my time.
I think it's very
Reclaiming my time.
interesting.
And you can
When
reclaim
he
your
talks
time.
about they
Reclaiming my time,
indicted,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
president said they
Close the
indicted
clock.
him
Mr.
twice.
Chairman, please
They
stop the
sure
clock
did.
and stop the
they
clock and
indicted-
restore his time.
Okay, here we go with these
Committee will get in order.
theatrics.
The
Reclaiming
time
my
belongs
time
to the
and
gentleman
roll back
from
the
New
clock,
York.
please.
We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when
Reclaiming
you ask
my-
a question, the witness
question
gets to
was-
answer. You may not like the answer, but she.
Right.
No, she has to answer the fucking question. She can't start talking about what she ate yesterday. She needs to answer the question that was asked, right? She just goes off on random propagandistic tangents that have nothing to do with anything.
It's to
The question was, how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer, Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest.
Reclaiming
So
my-
he asked a
reclaiming my time.
4-minute...
It's honest. It wasn't. It literally was not even about the subject that the hearing is on. The answer wasn't even on the same subject.
question.
Restore 45
and
seconds,
I
Mr.
am
Nadler,
going
please,
to
Mr. Chairman.
Answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch.
Reclaiming-
Not on our time. No way.
Reclaiming-
And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, oh, I
anything,
did tell you because we
washed
saw
up
what you did in the
loser
Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
She is the biggest. You know what? She's going to federal fucking prison by the end of this. Mark my words. How old is she? I mean, with all the lip injections, you'd think she's trying to look like she's 13 years old or something. It's hard to tell. She's probably, I don't know, 50. She's got plenty of time to go. You know, she's got a solid 30 years to go. Trump doesn't. Okay, he's like 80. Let's see how it works out for you, Pam Bondi, when Donald Trump is gone from the White House. Let's see how it works out for you. She's in her 60s? Damn. Science never ceases to amaze me. They are really good at making 60-year-olds look like 13-year-olds now. Anyway, she's fucked. She is fucked. She lied under oath. And it's not even a question. This is clear as day, a flat-out, blatant, bald-faced fucking lie.
I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I
Not a
said that
few more,
already.
45 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go
All
right
right.
ahead.
My time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman
None
has
of the perpetrators
expired.
have been brought to justice, but enormous resources
Time
have been
of the
dedicated to
gentleman has
pursuing Trump's
expired,
enemies.
and
It's
obviously
clear
there
that
was-
under your leadership, the Department of Justice
There
no
was
longer
no
works for
question
American
in there
people. It works
for her to
for Donald
respond to.
Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner, Madam Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to
Thank you, Chairman.
all kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right ahead. I'm over here. The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side.
Okay, well, he deserved it, but what does this have to do with literally anything? Again, we're not even talking about this. This is no you all the way down. I'm telling you, man, she is fucked. Okay, she is fucked. Born in 1965, she's 60, okay. She's going to federal prison. She has a little less time than I thought. Sounds like she's got, 20 years instead of 30. But she's not going to make it out of this situation without either fleeing to Argentina or federal prison. Mark my words. Same with Elon Musk. He's going to have to flee to Argentina or he's going to end up in prison by the end of this. I promise.
I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016.
That's not true. He actually did find evidence of foreign interference, as a matter of fact. There was foreign interference. And more than that, Trump was guilty of colluding with Russia. This is just another flat-out, bald-faced fucking lie. The Mueller report showed Trump absolutely colluded with Russia to interfere. Robert Mueller wrote he didn't recommend an indictment for Donald Trump because he didn't think a sitting president can be indicted.
Have you apologized to President Trump? Have you apologized to President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump? You all should be apologizing. You sit here
Again, we're talking about Jeffrey Epstein and the fact that Donald Trump is a pedophile. I don't know what his impeachments have to do with literally anything, why you're even bringing this up. This is completely irrelevant.
You attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want to do, all the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration.
Sure, fine. Why the fuck are you covering it up? I don't understand. Well, I do understand, of course. And, you know, it hasn't really, like, this investigation has not been around since Obama exactly. Not, like, as time went on, we learned that the extent of the trafficking ring was much larger than we thought. But that doesn't mean that, like, Obama covered for Epstein or whatever. That's just not the case.
This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million.
And why did she cover things up? Why not over 6 million or 8 million or whatever? I'm pretty sure it's 8 million documents. And why protect the names of perpetrators? Because they are her friends and her boss. That's why.
And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents.
Then why haven't you released them?
He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over 50,000.
Who gives a fuck about the Dow? First of all, the Dow goes up by its nature. That's how it works. It takes valued companies and combines their value to get a final number, and they're index companies. So they're like the biggest companies, you know, going right now. But by its nature, it constantly goes up. It never goes, it almost never goes down. You know why? Because when companies crash and die, they remove them from the index. So we don't have it's not a proper average because they're removing the lowest denominator. It's not a proper index because they're removing the lowest numbers. We have no way of... She's pretending that the Dow is a measure of how well the economy is doing. It is not. It's not a measure of a good economy at all in any way. And she has to know that.
I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the
like, who gives a fuck? We're talking about Jeffrey Epstein right now, honestly.
NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked.
Yes, what does it have to do with anything? We're here talking about Epstein.
Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan, am I going to get an extra 45 seconds added to my time?
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year.
She is so... Who the fuck is they? Who said this? She's so full of shit. I don't understand why any of this matters. She's a propagandist all the way down. She's a propagandist at heart, and she's going to federal fucking prison by the end of this. Mark my words.
National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low thanks to Donald Trump.
I'm sorry. One more time.
Rents have fallen to a 4-year low.
National rents. Let's see if we can find out. Hang on. I don't believe her. 1 second. Pam Bondi. National rent fallen to a 4-year low. I doubt it because it's... All right, let me put it this way. I'm living in an apartment in the middle of some suburb, in the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, basically, that costs as much as my apartment in New York City cost. When I moved to New York City, this is what I was paying. I left New York City because, no joke, my rent went from $2,300 a month, which is fucking insane, to $3,200 to $6,000 a month. Like, that's nuts. And now I'm in a place that's $2,300 a month, and it's a 3-bedroom place, just like for me and my wife and my kid on the way. Now, regarding whether the national average is down, according to Apartment List data, the national median monthly rent in January 2026 was $1,300, down 1.4% year over year, marking the 6th consecutive monthly decline. This represents the lowest level in 4 years. Rents have fallen about 5.9% or $89 a month from their mid-2022 peak. However, despite the pullback, rent levels remain 18% higher than they were at the end of 2020. The important context she's likely not mentioning here is the main driver isn't any particular policy. The primary reason is a historic surge in multifamily construction. 2024 saw over 600,000 new multifamily units hit the market, the most since 1986. And 2025 saw around 500,000 more. That supply wave was the result of construction projects that were planned and started years ago under Biden. More apartments getting built is more competition among landlords, which means lower rents, basic supply and demand. Try buying a house, though. Housing prices are through the fucking roof right now. Sorry, hang on. Just looking through. Everything is more expensive right now. It's insane.
Thanks to Donald Trump. That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history. The murder rate,
Really, to say something like that deserves perjury.
as I said, has plummeted to a 125-year low thanks to Donald Trump.
Just complete nonsense.
For an unprecedented 9 straight months, there were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border.
I don't give a fuck. I think immigration is good. So this is actually a negative to me. I don't know why she's even bringing this up, why it would matter.
That's what we should be focused on.
But not Epstein, who took advantage of a bunch of victims or survivors. We shouldn't be focused on him, right? We should be focused on rent prices. Why exactly? You got me.
Great work that this president has done and will continue to do to keep America safe and to make Americans safe.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I agree with you totally. I think you've done a fine
Big fucking surprise. Wow, you agree with her?
job. I think that Democrats, in fact, should be apologizing to the Epstein victims for doing nothing during the 4 years that they were running the government. We did not hear about this, and it took you.
Okay, well, that was 4 years ago, and this is now. So let's figure this out. Why aren't you prosecuting these people?
And President Trump.
Like, Donald Trump made a big fucking deal over Epstein. That's all he talked about for a while there. Remember? All those years ago? Under Biden, that's all he talked about. That's all QAnon talked about was Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. And now when he has an opportunity to get in, he's refusing to cooperate.
To finally provide transparency and give answers to the American people, and I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you also for standing up for truth today and for fighting back against the theatrics and the time waste that you will endure over the next hour or two.
The time waste of talking about Jeffrey Epstein and why these people redacted perpetrators' names, but revealed victims' names.
I want to apologize on behalf of my colleagues on the left. They're not all that bad, but they've got to put on a show. And I'm sorry that you have to go through that. And I would like to yield the last, I'd say 40 is 80 seconds.
Fucking vile, dude. Like, what is wrong with these people? What broke in them that makes them think it's okay to act like this, honestly?
Clock says 40, but I've got 80 seconds since I was so rudely interrupted, and I'll give all 80 seconds to Chairman Jordan.
And I would just yield to the Attorney General if she has anything to add.
I'm fine to continue. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, the chair now recognizes, the gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr. Nadler's question has not yet been answered, but I want to start by asking that out of respect for the American public and the Epstein survivors, some of whom, of course, are here today, that we can have a transparent conversation and get the public the answers they deserve. I want to briefly direct your attention to two documents I'm hoping we will put up on the screen. In the first, an individual emails Jeffrey Epstein asking whether a woman identified as M was pro or civilian, and Epstein responds that she was a civilian, Russian, and fun. In the second email, Epstein writes to Steve Tisch about a Ukrainian girl, noting that she was, quote, a little freaked out by the age difference and stating that he would try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. He then instructs Mr. Tisch to call him, adding, I don't like records of these conversations. So I'd like to ask a straightforward question that really is either a yes or no answer. Do these emails constitute credible evidence, not proof, but credible evidence warning further investigation into whether Steve Tisch was involved in Epstein's criminal conduct? Do you think yes or no?
She's not going to give a yes or no answer, obviously. She's going to try to obfuscate. She's going to blame Merrick Garland and everybody except for herself, right? Let me turn it down.
I'm not going to play a yes-no game with you, but I will answer the question to the best of my ability. As I said, we will look and investigate any case involving any victim. I'm not familiar. There were 3 million pages, of course, with that email. But, of course, we will look into anything. The documents have been released, 3 million. The redacted versions, we left them.
Like, wasn't she supposed to investigate this? She said there are 3 million documents, and I'm not familiar with this specific email. Isn't it your fucking job to investigate all of this stuff? I understand that she may not have all of them memorized or whatever, but shouldn't she have something to say about the most egregious, obvious cases in the documents?
I'm open for all of you to come view. I believe you view them. If not, will you have some copies?
I'd like to.
Could I finish, please?
She's fucking insufferable, dude.
Not being rude, please.
I only have 5 minutes.
No, yeah, and I only have 30 seconds based on your...
Yeah, because you're answering the fucking questions, obviously. You aren't here to grandstand. You're supposed to be answering to Congress. And instead, she's lying under oath, grandstanding, pretending to be the victim when there are literally hundreds of victims, like in the background right now.
Filibustering.
You didn't give a yes or no
gentlelady from
answer,
California.
so let me just go further. Director Patel testified in this committee room that there was no credible information indicating that Epstein trafficked victims to anyone else. And glancing at the documents, that proves that's not the case. In July, your department issued a memo stating that it had conducted an exhaustive review of the Epstein files and concluded that no additional individuals would be charged. So I did go over to the Department of Justice yesterday. I would note that 400 and all our 35 members are in the House, and there's 4 computers. So it would take many months to actually have the time. I only had a few hours. I think the transparency argument is really kind of a sham because it's not really possible.
Whoa. Did you have to wait to
She's like interrupting her. That she has not yielded her time to Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi does not give a fuck about this because she thinks she's invincible. But you know what? The SS was also invincible until they weren't. Until Hitler was gone. Then they were no longer invincible. Just see how that works out for you.
It is not possible to really go in. I did, however, see a U.S. attorney information for the Southern District of New York indicating that there were additional survivors and probable co-conspirators. Other members of Congress have uncovered likely co-conspirators whose names were blocked out. Now, the Epstein File Transparency Act, which all but one member of this House voted for and the president signed, requires the department to...
Could be wrong, but I believe Andy Biggs was the one who refused to vote in favor of releasing the Epstein files.
Release
Has anybody looked for Andy Biggs in the files, I wonder?
everything except that it needs to be redacted to protect the victims or an ongoing prosecution, which apparently there is none from the testimony we have received. I am concerned that this act has not been fully complied with.
No, it hasn't at all. There are still millions of documents left on the table that we have not received.
Director Patel came to the committee. He admitted that up to 1,000 FBI agents had gone through the files and redacted President Trump's name from them. And it's pretty clear that what has been transmitted from the FBI continues to redact President Trump's name, even though he is mentioned, thousands of times in these files. So I think the credibility of the department in terms of complying with the act has been damaged. And I think the department's credibility has been damaged in other ways. I think we all saw the horrible video of American citizens being killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis. And I think how the department has handled these cases raises a lot of doubt about the department.
You know what I find fascinating? My brother is MAGA, full MAGA, loves Marjorie Taylor Greene, gigantic fan of her, last I heard. I wonder how he feels about Donald Trump now. Now that Marjorie Taylor Greene has fully turned on Donald Trump and quit Congress as a result of her disillusionment with him. I wonder how MAGA generally is reacting to Epstein, to the whole Epstein revelation.
State and local police in Minnesota got a court order to get access to the crime scene to be sure evidence would be properly preserved by federal agents. But they took the agents defied the court order, and in a departure from general policy, the DOJ is not collaborating with state and local law enforcement.
Additionally, do you guys remember a while back when Kash Patel was testifying in front of Congress and he said something like, there is no evidence that Epstein was trafficking anybody to elites, that there's no evidence that he was involved in like a human trafficking ring at all, and that he was just doing it for his own interests or whatever? Do you remember that shit? That it could not be a clearer example of him lying under oath, right? He had seen these documents and he was fully aware that Donald Trump was involved in all of this. Insane.
On these homicides. So I really think that is a disgraceful approach to the homicides of American citizens, and really does nothing to bring credit to your department. And, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure, this isn't...
You're acting like a fucking lunatic, Pam. My God. Pull it together, I'm begging you. Jesus fucking Christ. Donald Trump is a pedophile, okay? I think that's very clear to everybody at this point. Like, you can't hide that anymore.
In a circus, this is a hearing. I find it interesting she keeps going after Donald Trump. She doesn't say how much money she took from Reid Hoffman, did you?
What? Who? Why the fuck do I give a shit about any of that? We're talking about the fact that Trump raped children, okay? Potentially. That's the subject of this hearing.
And nor did
Mr.
she
Chairman,
post
regular
anything.
order, please.
She
Regular
posted
order.
nothing on her X account, on her Twitter account during the Biden years.
Gentlelady.
Yet now, all of a sudden,
question
she's
asked.
going after
Committee will be in order.
There was no question
Shame on
asked.
you.
Attorney
There was no question asked, and Jim Jordan allowed her to go off in some random direction anyway.
General, she doesn't just get to
Committee will be in order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady can state her point of order.
When a witness attacks...
Not a valid point of order. You got to state.
She hasn't completed her point of order yet. Please let her speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rule. And
I am trying to make a point of order that the witness,
What rule are you referring to?
without responding to a question, has attacked me personally. I think it's pathetic that she can't answer the questions and
First
instead
time
is
that
attacking
is not even close
members
to a
of the
point of
committee.
order. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
In August of last year,
Like, again, Jim Jordan... Here, let me just... Give me a second. Let me just look this up, because I want to have some accuracy here. When Jim Jordan was an assistant wrestling coach at Ohio State University, he's the guy who's, like, giving extra time to, like, Trump's side and stuff. When he was an assistant wrestling coach at Ohio State University from 1987 to 94, the team doctor was Dr. Richard Strauss. An independent investigation concluded that Strauss sexually abused at least 177 male student patients over an 18-year period from 1979 to 1998. Holy shit, dude. It was Richard Strauss? I did not know it was Richard fucking Strauss. 177 male student patients over an 18-year period from 1979 to 98. The entire time Jim Jordan was there. Though some former wrestlers estimated the real number could be 1,500 to 2,000 athletes. Strauss died by suicide in 2005, was never criminally charged. What Jordan is accused of, 6 former OSU wrestlers told CNN they were present when Jordan heard or responded to sexual misconduct complaints about Strauss. One wrestler, Dunayasha Yetz, I think, said Strauss's locker was right next to Jordan's, and Jordan even said he'd kill him if he tried anything with him. Another wrestler, Tito Vasquez, said he directly told Jordan that Strauss groped him during an exam, and Jordan's response was essentially, I have nothing to do with this, before going back to wrestling practice. Oh my God, dude. Jordan also reportedly gave out an annual award called King of the Sauna for the most clever banter in the showers. the same showers where Strauss allegedly performed much of his abuse. Jordan's position, he has consistently denied knowing about any abuse. His office has maintained Chairman Jordan never saw or heard of any abuse, and if he had, he would have dealt with it. Ohio State paid out $60 million in settlements to some 296 victims, and Jordan was deposed under oath in July 2025 as part of an ongoing civil litigation. I did not hear about this. Wow, dude. I had no clue it was that extensive and bad. Jesus Christ. So, once again, it sounds like Jim Shorts Jordan is protecting pedophiles. Again. He did it from 1987 to 94, and he's doing it again.
I sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking for assistance in seeking compensation for the town of Lac du Flambeau. Town of Lac du Flambeau is in my district, and your office replied that it was an ongoing matter and unable to comment on it, which I understand is just fine. But I want to set this up just as a reminder. So 3 years ago, it was at this time of year that 4 roads were blockaded in the town of Lac du Flambeau, and the temperature was 25 below zero.
I'm sorry, what does this have to do with Epstein? I am suddenly completely fucking lost again. And who is this person? I'm not even sure.
People had to park their cars at a neighbor's place, take the snowmobile across the lake to get their car, and then be able to drive into town. There were people 80 and 90 years old that could not, were very concerned that they'd be able to get emergency medical services. And the perpetrators of this, the tribe out there, they demanded compensation from the town. I would call it extortion. They ultimately got $600,000 from the town of Lac du Flambeau. The unfortunate part, Mr. Chairman, is that the Biden administration took the side of the perpetrators who closed those roads off.
Again, I am so lost. What are you talking about, and why? What does this have to do with literally anything at all? We're here to talk about Epstein, right?
And the Biden administration made it clear to the town of Lac du Flambeau that we are not on your
I'm sorry, did I say Biden administration? We're here to talk about the Epstein files, right?
Side in regards to this. Well, fortunately, there was a federal judge that said, no, this is wrong, what happened, and these roads should be left open, they should continue to be left open. My question to you is, are you willing to work with my office and with the town of Lac du Flambeau to further investigate this matter and seek compensation from the tribal government after their extortion of $600,000 from this little town in northern Wisconsin?
So he's saying the tribal government tried to extort a town for money? I'm sorry, I'm so goddamn fucking lost right now.
Congressman, you do a great job representing your district. And yes, we would more than welcome.
It is so cringy.
Working with you, and we are familiar with that investigation.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add, we're highlighting these miscarriages of justice in the previous administration. This is just another one of those small examples, no different than the Catholic Diocese in Richmond and many others that you have retold so many times.
Bro, I am so fucking lost.
But here's another instance of what they did to a small town and nearly bankrupted them.
Wait, who is they? I thought you said it was something about a tribal government. Is the tribal government the Biden administration?
As a result of it, fortunately, there was a federal judge that saw through it and has...
So it sounds like it's been resolved. I don't understand what you're even doing. Like, what are you bitching about over here? I'm just so lost.
Fixed it. I want to move on to fraud enforcement. You've established a National Fraud Enforcement Division. Is that correct, Madam Attorney General?
Yes, Congressman.
Wait, fraud enforcement already existed in the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, didn't it? And then Donald Trump erased the existence of the CFPB?
This new division begun any investigations and getting after those individuals that have committed the rampant fraud we've seen, like in Minnesota?
Well, it's not only rampant in Minnesota, it's rampant throughout this country. Much of it is in California, as you know, and other places. Yes, we
Like, as you know? What are you talking about? What fraud?
are working on it actively. Our criminal fraud division has been working on it. We are expanding that. It was the vice president's idea to come up with this amazing separate fraud division, which we are establishing and going nonstop, not only to expose the fraud in Minnesota, but around the country. It's taxpayer dollars that have been stolen from the American people, and we are committed to recovering that money and holding those people accountable.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind everyone here, why did this happen in Minneapolis? Why did federal law enforcement have to go to Minneapolis? Because of industrial scale fraud. It was...
No, just complete nonsense, like all the way down. None of this is accurate. None of this is true. But, like, what does this have to do with the Epstein files? Again, I'm just lost.
An assistant United States attorney that said this is industrial scale fraud that's going on in Minnesota at this point. I sent a letter to our governor in Wisconsin. We're right across the border there. My district is only 20 miles from the city of Minneapolis. And I asked him to open the books for a federal audit on food stamps and Medicaid. Don't you think it would be a good idea for every governor to do that at this point?
Like, why do you want to target people who have nothing, who are struggling in the first place? Why are you trying to hurt them instead of targeting, I don't know, tax fraud instead? Like, you can't target tax fraud? These people are, like, bottom of the barrel fucking evil, dude. All of them. And I swear... if it's the last thing I do, I will see these people in prison. I will lobby for them to go to federal prison until I take my last fucking breath.
Protects the citizens, and I can't understand why that's not happening. And yes, I do think that's a great idea. It's happening around this country. And when our new division with Colin McDonald is established, it's established. When Colin is confirmed, he's amazing. I think you've met with him, you said, Chairman. When that is established, we're going to work on both sides of the aisle. That's what we want to do.
Right, totally.
To stop fraud in every city, in every state, in this country. We will continue to fight for the American people.
So you would encourage every governor across the United States, after what we have seen in Minnesota, what we almost certainly know is happening in other states, you mentioned California, you would agree.
She mentioned it because it's a left-leaning city. And Donald Trump wants to hurt anybody to the left of hunting immigrants for sport, obviously.
Agree that every governor should avail themselves of federal resources to make sure that this industrial scale fraud is rooted out to protect the taxpayers of the United States. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank you for holding this hearing and holding it in a proper fashion as you have. Secondly, I'd like to thank all of the victims.
He's holding it to, like, what was that?
Holding it in a proper fashion as you have.
He's holding it in a proper fashion. What are you smoking?
Secondly, I'd like to thank all of the victims of the Epstein case who've come here to attend this hearing, for doing it and for being brave and trying to move this justice forward. I apologize, I can't do it with the Attorney General not recognizing you. That's embarrassing. I am from Memphis, General Bondi, and Memphis does have the task force there. The Memphis Safe Task Force has been operating in Memphis for several months, and we do have a Democratic Mayor, Paul Young, and he's not against the task force, but he is against ICE being in Memphis, and he's not in favor of the National Guard being in Memphis. And I concur with him on those positions. I think the DEA being there, the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the FBI, who have been in Memphis in other ways, having more people there is good for Memphis. Crime has...
You think having more federal troops in Memphis is good for Memphis?
It's gone down in Memphis, but it went down 25% before the task force got there under the direction of Mayor Young and Director Davis, Chief Davis. It's gone down about 15% more since then, and that's good. But I would like to comment that Mexico City's homicide rate has gone down 40% during the same time, when Memphis has only gone down 25%.
and that's not necessarily because of the task force, although the mayor says he thinks
I understand it has nothing to do with the task forces. Crime going down is completely unrelated.
it's helped. So I thank you for that. You would agree, I presume, that violent crime in communities across our country is critically important, and that's why the task force is there. Is that not true?
Yes, and if I can just add to that, I think the surge, the FBI, our FBI under the leadership of Director Patel, came in and did a surge in Memphis.
Earlier.
Prior to the task force.
Yeah, Bible.
And thank you for saying that about Mayor Young. He's been great.
Again, like, I don't understand what this has to do with the Epstein files, which is what this hearing is about.
To work with, and thank you.
He's a good guy.
He's a very good guy.
One problem I've got with where we are in priorities here. A recent Department of Justice, National Institute of Justice report based on arrest records in Texas and in California found that undocumented immigrants were less than half as likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide. And this pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson.
You think maybe that's because they're less likely to commit those crimes? You knock that one around?
Half as likely to be arrested for drug offenses. So I ask you, and I've written to you about this, there are TV ads that run that say to local law enforcement specifically, says, are you tired of having your hands handcuffed because you can't do the things you wanted to do when you joined, and if you want to do something different, join ICE and you'll get...
Okay, that's fucking psychotic. I haven't seen that because I don't watch TV, I guess, probably. But that is holy shit, dude. Local law enforcement, are you tired of having your hands tied? You can't do the things you want to do to people. What an absolutely horrifying, disturbing thing to say. Jesus fucking Christ. These people are evil, dude. They're fucking evil. Honestly. And I will not rest until every one of these motherfuckers is in prison. I will not accept victory until they are all in prison.
Get a $50,000 bonus and we'll pay off your debts, student debts, and we'll help you with pensions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they're encouraging local law enforcement to leave local law enforcement and go to work for ICE. We need people working in the front lines and local law enforcement to protect our citizens from the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst are not the immigrants. The worst of the worst, records show, are native-born Americans, and they are committing crimes that hurt our citizens and our cities. And you're working against it, and thank you for that. But by trying to get our local law enforcement, where we have an undercount of officers in Memphis, to leave Memphis and go to work for ICE to deport people is a wrong priority. Why are we trying to get people?
Okay, this is a weird position to take, but all right. Why are we not talking about the Epstein files?
Policemen who are working on the front lines to leave the front lines, take the $50,000 and go to work for ICE. And
by the way, they don't get a $50,000 bonus, to my understanding. They get $10,000 a year as long as they stay on for 5 years. And if they leave within a 5-year period, then they have to pay all of it back. That's my understanding. Unfortunately, ICE is going to go away before, or at bare minimum, by the time Donald Trump leaves office. ICE is not going to survive into the next administration. So if they're lucky, they'll get to keep the bonuses that they got, at the beginning or whatever, and that's it. If they're lucky, they may actually have to fully pay it back. They are also on a list of government employees, which we will get our hands on and prosecute every last one of them. So if that's really what you want to do, okay.
Instead of working to fight the worst of the worst.
Congressman, I have not yet seen that commercial, that ad. I would argue that we need strong people in both local law enforcement, state law enforcement.
Yes, Jagoff, that he agrees with that. The point is you're poaching people from law enforcement. That's the problem. Did you miss that? You have gummy bears in your ears? Enforcement
and all of our federal agencies working together. I've seen some of the worst violent criminals who were in this country illegally. We both know that. And in Memphis, working hand in hand, I want to stick with Memphis and your mayor and what you discussed, because there have been nearly 6,000 arrests as of February 8th, and I think you agree with this, in your district, and almost 600 gang members. What we found in Memphis, a lot of the gangs are local gangs. But 600 gang members were taken off the streets.
Because I've only got 40 seconds. I'm going to agree with you.
Yeah.
I thank you for that.
And 148 missing children were recovered by...
what does this have to do with literally anything? I don't understand. I am so fucking lost right now.
All of us working together, and nearly 1,000 illegal guns were seized as a result of us working together.
And I don't disagree with some of the things you said, but there are questions about those children, but it's a different thing. The fact is, ICE is running rampant, and you are not investigating them. When they killed Mr. Prete, and Miss Good, that was an execution, and you did not investigate it. And you tried to investigate Miss Good's widow, and you tried to investigate Mr. Prete. They were executed like Kristi Noem executed her dog, and that was wrong. And
damn, sick fucking burn on that one.
You should investigate those people, and you should investigate anybody that uses a weapon, in federal official or not, for civil rights violations. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his time. Madam Attorney General, anytime you need a break, just let us know. If not, we'll just keep going. The chair is now recognized for 5 minutes. Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that.
Wow. She knows how to give one-word answers. Check that shit out, huh?
You have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't do that. So when Don Lemon said that he was exercising his First Amendment free press rights, freedom of the press rights, that's not really accurate, because he was trampling on other individuals.
No, he wasn't trampling on anyone's rights. This is just like Kingdom Hall crashing. I talked about this before. I don't know why they're bringing this up again, but Don Lemon walked into a church, sat there for the duration of the service, waited for the prayer to come to an end, and when the service was over, not Don Lemon, but the protesters then stood up and asked them why their pastor is an ICE field director for all of Minnesota. Don Lemon was simply there to record. He didn't take part in any protesting, any standing and yelling, any nothing. And the reason they did it that way is because the person who led the protest is a civil rights lawyer and is aware of the law around this subject. Don Lemon had nothing to do with any of this. He was just recording. That's it. It was an open invitation. Though a private place, the invitation was to anybody. And that means they had the right to be there. When they were asked to leave, they left. That's it. That's how it works. They did everything exactly right.
Right. Is that true?
So step back here.
Free press rights, freedom of the press rights. That's not really accurate, because he was trampling on other individuals' rights.
He wasn't. He was just standing there.
Is that true?
Chairman, we will always protect our churches and the freedom of religion. And yes, that's accurate.
First right mentioned under the First Amendment, freedom of religion. Freedom to practice your faith the way you think the good
Nobody was violating anyone's First Amendment right.
Lord wants you to, right?
That's right, under the federal government.
And isn't it true that Mr. Lemon met at a shopping center with the rioters who entered...
Now they're rioters. They simply walked into a church, sat down, waited for it to end, and then asked why the guy was an ICE field director. That's it. They didn't riot. They didn't do any of that shit. This is completely fabricated, and it's fucking vile.
City's church in St. Paul met with them prior to marching to the church.
He did meet, and this is a pending case right now, so I will only stick to what is in the four corners of the unsealed indictment, if I could, Chairman.
Yeah, I'm
There's
focused
a lot more that will come out. But under the four corners of the indictment, yes, he did. They had an operation called Operation Pull Up. They said they were gearing for a resistance. They met in a parking lot.
What? I'm sorry. Gearing for a resistance. So you're saying they had like weapons on them? These violent rioters had weapons that they were planning to pull out and use on these church people? Is that what she's trying to communicate? Give me a fucking break, dude. These people are evil. Like, the things that Pam Bondi and Jim Jordan and all of these other people do, the things they do are fucking evil. They are literally in the process right now of protecting somebody who raped children. I don't understand how anybody could ever support them ever again. I understand that we're winning right now. Donald Trump's approval rating is through the floor. He's looking at, I think, like 33% approval or something. But, I mean, really knock that around for a second. The dude has a 33% of the country approves of what Donald Trump is doing. What? Something very wrong in this country. Very, very wrong with what's happening.
And they caravanned to a church on a Sunday morning when people were worshiping together.
No. It wasn't when people were worshiping together. It was after the prayer.
Mr. Lemon said that he live streamed before entering the church with the rioters. Didn't he say we're going to head to the operation? Didn't he
They're rioters. Give it a rest, dude.
say this on? He said this on camera. Is that right?
Yes, Chairman,
Yeah.
and more.
That he was in Minnesota and that, as you said, they were gearing up for an operation. So you can't do that. This is why this is, I think, so important.
You can do that, actually. That's called your First Amendment right to free speech.
That this guy be held accountable, and I think why you guys have charged him and indicted him. Moving to the second subject here. Will John Brennan be indicted? Mr. Brennan lied to the committee, which you're not supposed to do. Last Congress, when we deposed him, he definitely, 18 U.S.C. 1001, we're all familiar with it.
Like, she literally lied in this committee like 10 minutes ago. She's done nothing but lie to the committee nonstop. I don't understand how they have the balls to say some shit like this. They are so brazen in their lies. It's insane.
He lied to the committee, and the Congress, and I think the country would like to know if, in fact, he's going to be indicted for lying. And here's why it's so important. I'll give you a chance to respond. Here's why it's so important. It wasn't just that he lied to us, it's what he lied to us about. He lied to us about when all this weaponization against the President of the United States started. He lied to us about the dossier, and specifically what
I'm not even sure what he's referring to. John Brennan? I'm not sure.
role the dossier played in the intelligence community assessment. Because we know back when President Trump was first elected, first term, this is when it all started, which led to the Mueller and to the impeachment and to the Jack Smith and all the stuff that's happened in the last decade. But it began here, and he lied to Congress about the role he played. And I just want to read a couple of things he said during that deposition before I give you a chance to respond. Mr. Brennan, when asked a question, said the CIA was not involved at all with the dossier. He said,
right. He's talking about the Steele dossier, probably. That was literally just opposition research that Hillary Clinton got against Donald Trump. And some of those are accurate and some of them aren't. Donald Trump actually had a dossier drawn up on J.D. Vance, and it leaked. We have a copy of it. And it has all kinds of ridiculous shit in there. Like in 6th grade, he wore eyeliner to class or whatever. It's just stupid shit. The Steele dossier was opposition research from Hillary Clinton's campaign that also leaked. And it was things like Russia has compromat on Trump of him, peeing on a bed that Obama was sleeping in or some stupid shit. Why are they even talking about this? What does this have to do with literally anything?
Said it was their purview, FBI's purview, and not ours. He also said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with the intelligence community.
Well, that's interesting because declassified information that was declassified this past summer by the CIA says something entirely different. It says, Brennan, I want to put this one up if we have it. It says, Brennan ultimately formalized his position in writing, stating that, quote, this is released by the CIA Director Ratcliffe. My bottom line is that what I believe that information warrants inclusion in the report. He was further asked by an ICA...
Okay, that doesn't mean it was a CIA document. It wasn't.
CIA official, the same officer said when he approached the director and asked that the director refused to remove it after being explained this wasn't good, with the dossier's many flaws, he said, yes, but doesn't it ring true? So this is John Brennan using that document to change intelligence community assessment, which I think led to all this.
I mean, if her opposition research had accurate things in it, which it certainly did, I can imagine the CIA using that information or logging that information or whatever. I don't understand what the complaint is even. What is he complaining about here?
Stuff we've seen over the last decade. And I think this committee in the country, Congress in the country, like to know if Mr. Brennan is going to be indicted.
Why would Brennan be indicted? I missed that, I guess.
What I can confirm is that we have received a referral from you, Chairman Jordan, to investigate John Brennan. His attorneys have made some public statements, but the department is still bound, of course, by our longstanding policy of not discussing matters. What I will say today, I can't confirm nor deny whether there is a pending investigation, but what I will say is no one is above the law.
Mr. Chairman,
Weaponization.
So she's clearly saying that she's going to go after this guy for political reasons because Trump doesn't like him then, right?
Investigation, but what I will say is no one is above the law.
Mr. Chairman,
Weaponization has ended.
It's so insane to hear these people so brazenly lie constantly. We are in a different era of politics. I'm telling you, this is not what it used to be. We are in a different period of time now where people don't have the same rights they used to. We don't have the same norms or values that we used to. It is absolutely insane.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for a point of order.
If we want to know whether Mr. Brennan will be indicted, you should just ask the president.
Not a point of order, but I appreciate you trying to make it one. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
She's going to grandstand about something completely unrelated now, right?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents.
That's not what anybody asked.
How many people were assigned?
If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And I wanted to ask you about that also, because this is a different question that you're getting to now. There were 500 DOJ lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release? 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer,
Well,
there were more than 500
just-
attorneys and reviewers who
Okay.
assisted.
All right.
Like, it would be great if she would actually answer, but she's not answering. She's just spouting propaganda that's completely unconnected to literally anything is the issue.
They
That
asked
answers
the
my
question and they don't want an answer.
that answers my question,
Congressman,
ma'am,
let
and
me
I'm going to
continue.
move on.
More than.
I'm going to move on.
From
General
multiple
Bondi, would
districts.
you
It would be in
agree?
order.
This
Time
is
belongs.
ridiculous.
The time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you agree that your 8 years of service as the state of Florida's Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an excellent preparation for your current role as Attorney General for the United States of America?
Not only that, I was a career prosecutor for 18
years. And for
18 years.
And for 18
prior to
years,
being
for 18 years,
he asked a
you
question and doesn't
prosecuted-
want an answer. This is theatrics.
Well, no, for 18 years,
Come
you
on.
prosecuted serious.
She's an obnoxious fucking idiot, and I cannot stand her. I just can't, like, I want to claw my fucking eyes out listening to her voice. It drives me insane.
Felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic
Yes, no one is asking that fucking question. It's a yes or no question that you were just asked. My fucking God, dude.
violence cases. I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland this when you were sitting before
you also
him, sir?
prosecuted sexual assault cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier.
Okay.
I prosecuted
Right.
multiple cases
So
when I
bottom
was
line,
a prosecutor.
bottom
If I
line,
can
you're an
answer the
experienced
question.
and seasoned.
For 18
you're an
years.
Mr. Chairman, will you a reminder of the rules? The time belongs to the member of the committee.
You
think
are
I've
a
said that a few
seasoned
times.
and experienced prosecutor, correct?
I think we've established that.
Yes or no?
Does he want an answer or not?
I think it's a yes or no.
When I
want a
answer,
yes
I
or
get
no
cut off.
answer.
I think he wants to say
I want a
no.
yes or no
I
answer,
can-
but
yeah, I can
I'll
explain my
live with what you
experience. I'd
have
be
already
love to
said.
explain
Let
my
me ask you.
experience.
Let me ask you this question.
Clearly,
in
you
the
don't have any.
prosecution of sexual assault cases, you are acutely aware of how important it is to protect the identity of victims of sexual assault, correct?
I have addressed this multiple times. I think others were cutting me off when I was trying to.
She's such a fucking victim, dude. Such a fucking victim. Oh, she's so mistreated. Most mistreated person on planet Earth, honestly.
I just simply asked, are you aware of the fact that it's vitally important to protect the identity of sexual assault victims as you prosecute the people they accuse of assaulting them? Isn't that correct?
Excuse me. As we have said multiple times,
Protection of the
protection
identity
of all victims
of the victims
are
is
protected.
so very
Who are
important.
protected under? Do you want me to answer or do you want to interrupt?
Well, because you're not answering the question. You do a Jekyll and Hyde kind of routine around here, and I just want you to answer my questions.
What does Jekyll and Hyde mean? Can you
Well, it
explain
means
that?
you're nice to the
Explain
Republicans and you turn like Hyde on Democrats. But let me ask you this, ma'am. We have the Epstein victim survivors.
I'm not sure why he keeps saying victim survivors. They're survivors.
Here today, Representative Jayapal asked a simple question. If you would be so kind and honorable as to turn around and face them and apologize to them for outing them. I mean, how many lives have been derailed because your department was either sloppy and incompetent or willfully
malicious,
trying to intimidate and punish these ladies
Your time
for
is
coming
up.
forward?
The time of the
Which
gentleman,
was it?
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
By the by, in a minute, I'm going to have the book, The War on Science by Lawrence Krauss, TTS. It's almost done. It's assembling right now. It probably has 5 minutes, maybe, and I wanted to take a look at that. I also wanted to talk about some Jehovah's Witness stuff, so.
for 5 minutes.
Attorney General Bondi, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have spent the past several months attacking the administration for doing exactly what the American people wanted when they overwhelmingly elected President Trump. Securing our border and enforcing our immigration.
Nobody wanted him to ignore court orders, violate the law, violate people's rights. Well, some people certainly wanted that. But it's pretty clear that there's a lot of regret among voters now because they didn't expect, like the fucking idiots that they are, they didn't expect Donald Trump to be this bad, even though we've been telling them that this was coming since, like, forever.
Immigration laws. I find it a bit ironic because this is the same party who just a few years ago were openly supporting strong immigration enforcement after witnessing criminal illegal aliens wreak havoc on the American communities. I have a short video I just wanted to play.
Again, immigration is a good thing. The rate of crime among immigrants is lower than U.S. citizens, so I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about here.
Of immigrants. We're also a nation of laws. Undocumented workers broke our immigration laws, and I believe that they must be held accountable.
Yeah, that was stupid. I think that was fucking ridiculous. Obama hurt people with his policies and shouldn't have done that. I don't know what he's trying to prove with this. There was outcry then. Immigration is a good thing, not a bad thing.
They've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked, they're gone.
They were pandering to the far right, is what they were doing here. That's why they were saying this stuff. They were trying to get the moderates or the middle on their side, the independents, because they knew that they needed independents to win the election. But if there's one thing we've learned from the past 5 elections, it's that you shouldn't pander to the middle because you're just going to get dragged to the right and you're going to get nothing in return, ultimately.
No great nation can...
Dude, how old? This is 2008? Why the fuck are you going all the way back to 2008?
...be in a position where they can't control their borders.
While we need to address the issue of immigration and the challenge we have of undocumented people in our country, we certainly don't want any more coming in.
Okay, they're literally cutting them off mid-sentence right now. Are you going to show us the whole context behind that?
Every place in this country are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers.
This is really all nonsense. When I was younger, I was on food stamps for a couple of years, honestly. A few years, in fact. I was on them and Medicaid for a while. And when I got a little bit older, I got into a job that was worth something and was paying reasonably well. And then I started YouTube. And by now, I'm a tax-paying, contributing member of society. I needed help in the beginning. I got that help. And now I'm actually paying back into the system. That's how it works for most people, I would argue. Most people get the help they need from the social safety net, and then they move on and continue on to contribute meaningfully to society. But you know what? Even if that weren't the case, even if people didn't move on and contribute meaningfully, that safety net should still exist for people, right? It's psychotic. I mean, sociopathic for you to claim or even imply that that social safety net should not exist for some people.
That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens.
Illegal immigration is wrong, plain and simple. When we use phrases like undocumented workers, We convey a message to the American people that their government is not serious about combating illegal immigration.
Yeah, this is him trying to pander to the middle. It was stupid under Clinton, and it was stupid under Chuck Schumer. Don't bother. They don't give a fuck. They'll use it against you.
Which the American people overwhelmingly oppose. If you don't think it's illegal, you're not going to say it. I think it is illegal and wrong.
Open the borders, my God. You know, there's a lot of poverty in this world, and you're going to have people...
Okay, it's just, yeah, I'm going to jump forward. I don't care anymore.
So, Attorney General Bondi, what's the Trump administration, DOJ, doing to end the open border policies of the prior administration?
Did you literally not hear what these people just said? He just played like a 3-minute video of Democrats saying they don't like immigration. And then he said they had an open border policy. What are you smoking? I don't understand. How can he possibly say that with a straight face? You just played a video that disproved the words you continued on to say.
That saw dangerous drugs and criminal aliens flood our communities.
Congressman, President Trump has worked tirelessly, as you know,
Tirelessly.
to close our border, which is what the Democrats had asked for in that video. President Trump closed our borders on day one. He is protecting Americans. He is protecting our kids from the influx of drugs.
Okay, most drugs do not come in over the border like that, to my understanding. I believe they're flown in mostly. And most immigrants, if I'm not mistaken, come in legally and then overstay their visa. It's not like they are climbing over the wall very often.
That were flowing into this country from Mexico, the fentanyl precursors that were coming from China.
They are not coming in to the United States. The fentanyl precursors were coming into Mexico or to South America from China, and they're manufacturing the fentanyl, and then they're flying it in, mostly, to my understanding. But again, this is not about drug use. Like, if you cared about drug use, you'd get on Canada, because Canada has codeine over the counter legally there. You can get codeine legally over the counter in Canada. Or you could at the very least until very recent. I'm pretty sure you still can. And people were buying it, like Sudafed, kind of, and converting it to morphine, and then converting the morphine to heroin, and shipping it from Canada into Detroit, and from Detroit into, the rest of Huntington, West Virginia. Honestly, it was the drug capital of the world for a while there. I mean, that's how it works. That's how it has worked this whole time. I find it interesting that she's not talking shit about Canada.
These precursors were taken from China into Mexico, and in Mexico, they were mixed and freely taken right into our country, along with gang members, MS-13, TDA.
Oh, my God.
Freely coming into our cities around our country, thanks to Joe Biden's open border policy.
Again, did you not hear Joe Biden in that fucking video say that he wanted to stop immigration? Everybody, all the way up and down the Democratic chain, has tried to pander to the center by being tough on immigration or whatever, and it got us nowhere.
That has stopped under Donald Trump. It will no longer happen under this administration, and he is doing everything to keep Americans safe. And let me continue.
Is that why the federal government has executed multiple people on the streets on his watch, and he's called them terrorists? He's trying to keep them safe? Is that what it is?
He was elected overwhelmingly by the American people. The majority of the American people wanted Donald Trump. One of the main reasons was border security and keeping Americans safe.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
And that's exactly what he did. And that's why today the other side sits here, they yell, they cut me off, they want to yell, they want to ask.
Such a victim. Oh, she's so mistreated, guys. I feel so bad for her. How bad she's treated by Congress. It's rough, huh? It's got to be hard being Attorney General of the United States. Jeez. She's got a tough life. Cut her some slack, guys.
Question and don't want answers because they want to distract from all the great things that this president and this administration working hand in hand, and that includes Secretary Noem, who has closed our borders, and Tom.
Is she the one that shot her dog in the fucking face because she didn't like him? I'm just trying to clarify. I'm pretty sure that's the same person.
Homan, who has closed our borders to keep Americans safe. And they're trying to distract from that, and they're not going to do it because the American people are smarter than that, and they see through their theatrics.
So painfully stupid.
Thank you. Just quickly, yesterday, Senator Grassley reached out to my office to tell me that I was one of the 20 members that was now disclosed were under surveillance from Jack Smith. This brings up the question of non-disclosed orders and whether or not they should apply to members of Congress.
Absolutely. They should absolutely not disclose if a member of Congress is under investigation. Because maybe that member of Congress is like committing treason. As we've seen, that's not that surprising anymore, unfortunately.
Well, with my phone records being surveilled, as well as looks like 19 other members of Congress, I'm just wondering how DOJ views that.
Time is, the gentleman's expired, but the gentlelady can respond.
As I stated earlier.
Wait, she can? Why are you letting her respond? He didn't ask a question. Did he? And if he did, his time was up. He has to yield his time to her for her to answer the question, right?
Congressman, anyone's records who were illegally obtained, Democrat or Republican, we will fight vigorously to stop that. Anything with Arctic frost, I can't discuss right now.
And isn't it true, Madam Attorney General, the DOJ has changed their policy? You can't do that now. The DOJ is not going to go do that and ask the judge for an NDO.
Absolutely.
Yeah, good. That in and of itself tells you why how wrong it was. The chair now recognizes the
how wrong it was.
Gentleman from California. Great, thank you.
Again, we're here to talk about the Epstein files, by the way. Why the fuck aren't we talking about that?
Madam Attorney General, you acknowledged earlier to Mr. Johnson that President Trump was mentioned and the release countless times, you said, in the Epstein files. I just want to play a video, though, for you that I think...
This dude's pretty legit. Eric Swalwell. He's awesome. He has had some really good takes.
It speaks to the frustration that many of these victims have. Of times Trump's name appears in the files, so it could at least be 1,000 times. Is that right?
The number is a total misleading factor. We have not released anyone's name that we have not released anyone's name in the Epstein files that has not been credible.
Director, could it at
we have
least be 1,000
released
times?
every piece of legally permissible information.
Okay,
you can
so-
characterize the numbers however you want it.
Reclaiming my time, Director. It sounds like if you don't know the number, it could at least be 1,000 times. Which
It's not.
means me-
It's not.
Is it at least 500 times?
No.
Is it at least 100 times?
No.
Then what's the number?
I don't know the number.
I understand why the victims are frustrated, and the Attorney General acknowledged what Mr. Patel would not acknowledge, that it was way more than 1,000 times. But I want to move, Madam Attorney General, to weaponization.
Bro, look at the person behind Eric Swalwell. This person has 2 cell phones in their hand. Why? I don't understand. And why would you be standing directly behind the person talking in this congressional hearing? Millions of people are watching you hold 2 cell phones in your hand, looking at them both at the same time.
Of government. And yesterday it was reported that 6 members of Congress had indictments sought against him, and they were not returned by a grand jury. My colleagues have spoken about their frustration of being in subpoenas and having cell phone records combed through. Well, in 2017 and 2018, Adam Schiff and I had our cell phone records and email records combed through, not by you, but a different Department of Justice under the president. It was.
You know, one of the biggest problems with Merrick Garland is Merrick Garland was a moderate, kind of independent, center-right type of person. And after Antonin Scalia died, Obama had the legal right to pick his successor, and Mitch McConnell refused to allow him to. So Obama put up a center-right person as a Supreme Court justice because he figured he would give him somebody that would mostly be on Mitch McConnell's side. So, a moderate. And Mitch McConnell just refused. He shouldn't have picked Merrick Garland as a Supreme Court justice. That was a mistake. Pandering to the right fails every time. No more of that. No more looking forward instead of backward. And Mitch McConnell refused to allow Merrick Garland onto the Supreme Court. They put some other nutcase in. I forget who. Kavanaugh, maybe? Brett Kavanaugh? Anyway, Biden decided to appoint Merrick Garland to the position of Attorney General to make up for his lost opportunity as a Supreme Court justice. And as a result, Merrick Garland, the moderate, the center-right person, didn't prosecute Donald Trump. He should have. Merrick Garland and Donald Trump not being prosecuted and everything else, all of that is a result of the left pandering to the right and trying to meet in the middle when the right doesn't want to meet in the middle. They want the left fucking dead. No more trying to meet in the middle. No more of that. We have to be done with it. It obviously does not work. It hurts us every time now, right?
In retaliation for our role in the Russia interference campaign, an inspector general report would find this improper and that the predicate for it was absurd. In 2020, after sitting on 2 committees that were a part of the president's first impeachment, an FBI agent leaked my cooperation in a national security case where my campaign was targeted.
He's talking about when he was dating somebody and that person turned out to be a Chinese spy. And he was completely exonerated of any wrongdoing. He was targeted by an elaborate spy plan or whatever. But yeah, that's what he's referring to, I think.
The president's FBI senior leadership authorized 2 statements to the press that said I was never suspected of wrongdoing and only helped the investigation. But that didn't stop the death threats or my GOP colleagues from referring me to an ethics investigation where Kevin McCarthy's chairman on the ethics committee would find the same thing as the FBI. Our current FBI director would then write a book called Government Gangsters and identify a long list of enemies. About a quarter of them have been either investigated or indicted. He listed me at the very top, along with Adam Schiff, and during that same testimony, refused to recuse himself when asked if he would recuse if any case came across his desk involving me or people on that list. Since that testimony, his department has put me under investigation with Senator and Schiff for the nonsense mortgage fraud cases that we've seen. I get it. This is what the president does. I've priced it in. We have a bingo card at home that my kids have made of what will come next. I expected that the president would come after his enemies. But what I want to talk to you next is serious, and I did not expect this would happen, and I'd like your help on it. The president has inspired death threats against me and many sitting up here with me. In June 2025, an individual left 11 voicemails at my district office. On the voicemails, they said, "Get the message to him. I'm going to hunt him down, that motherfucker, and toss his ass over the Golden Gate Bridge by my fucking self." Donald Trump's Department of Justice in the Northern District of California declined to prosecute. On May 14, 2025, on Twitter, responding to something I posted, an individual said, "No, it wasn't Eric, and now I'm going to kill you." The Department of Justice from the Southern District of Texas declined to prosecute.
Yeah, it seems clear as day that this should at least be investigated, right?
May through December of 2025, we received messages at my office that said, "I hope somebody shoots you and your children and your wife in the head. Pew, pew, motherfucker, pew, pew." I would stay indoors as much as possible, and my children, unfortunately, have to do that. The Department of Justice has not charged this individual and cited that he's a prolific caller and has health conditions, although what we have found in our own investigation and his voicemails is that he has said he will employ others to do this. The president can come after me. It's fine. I'm in the arena. So are these folks. But we never expected that the Department of Justice would not seek to prosecute and investigate those who are making threats against us. And that would include those on that side of the aisle. And I'm just asking for your help to protect life, because life is at risk with the environment we're in right now.
And of course, being pro-life, she'll say, yes, absolutely, I will investigate that. And she actually will investigate, right?
Congressman, I completely agree with you. I know about several of those personally involving you. I believe one has been charged publicly, and there's something I would be happy to talk to you about off camera, but I can assure you that they are very serious. They are being looked into.
I'm actually surprised to hear her say that. Interesting.
And
I mean, I don't know if that's actually going to happen, but okay.
Can give you more details on those. None of you should be threatened, ever. None of your children should be threatened. None of your families should be threatened.
I'm surprised. Seriously, I'm very surprised she's saying this.
And I will work with, you can come into my office.
I mean, Donald Trump is making the threats, right? Partially.
Any day. I will work with all of you on both sides of the aisle if you are ever threatened. And I'll gladly talk to you after this hearing about your cases. But I can tell you some of them are very active.
Appreciate that. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and we're sorry for what the gentleman and his family have had to go through.
This is really weird. Like, these people are the most vile, evil sacks of shit on planet fucking Earth. And suddenly she flips and takes a position that is unexpected, and everybody is taking an unexpected position.
Appreciate what the Attorney General said. And I think some of the things that the gentleman from California related, we can all relate to. And it's unfortunate, it's wrong, as the Attorney General said.
Well, you know who's responsible, of course. Donald Trump is responsible for bringing up the temperature in the United States. The temperature is where it is as a direct result of Donald Trump's actions. So if you want to bring the temperature down, you got to tell him to stop, right?
We appreciate the help we get from the Justice Department. With that, we will now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know where to begin. Thank you for being here, General.
Wait, Attorney General, you mean? She's not a general. Do you think he realizes that she's not a general of the military?
But I'm right in front of you. I have to mention this first. You know, I used this word before, and my friends on the other side of the aisle got mad at me, but hypocrisy. Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. But for years on the other side of the aisle, we heard nothing. Crickets, not a word. Nothing was said when they were in control.
Okay, great. Well, we're talking about it now, so I don't give a fuck about what happened before. Let's handle it now. Honestly, I figured there was something there with Epstein, but I was having a hard time separating fact from fiction under Trump, and even under Biden, because people were running with insane conspiracy theories, like unglued from reality. And it's so difficult to tell what's real and what isn't. But after doing some heavy research myself, I think I've figured out what's real and what isn't, for the most part.
Nothing was mentioned basically the last summer, and the ranking member points out that he did do something last year. Yeah, he did a letter complaining about the plea deal for Maxwell, but it wasn't a big deal. Then we get a new administration.
Well, that's because this administration blew the whole thing up and said that Epstein needs to be prosecuted and everything. Dan Bongino and what the hell's his name? Glenn Beck and all these people talked, Kash Patel, nonstop about how Epstein was this big perpetrator. And now you're actively preventing investigations into Epstein. Now you're actively covering it up. What am I supposed to do with that? What do you expect?
And all of a sudden, it's a big deal, and they feign concern, they're upset, they're investigating. They had all these years and all this time. And in fact, Stacey Plaskett, and we all know that name, when they had a congressional hearing, Democratic member, were taking texts from Epstein on questions to ask to go after Trump.
I have never heard that, and I seriously doubt it.
So Epstein was using her Democratic colleague as a tool to go after President Trump.
I doubt it. They were friends. Why would he do that? Hang on. Let me see if I can find info on this one.
From Epstein, on
Wait.
Democratic member, we're taking texts from Epstein on Stacey Plaskett, and we all.
Claimed texts from Epstein in questions to ask to destroy Trump. Let's find out here. Give it a second. Okay, according to Axios and ABC News, during the February 2019 House Oversight hearing where Michael Cohen was testifying about Trump, Epstein was texting Plaskett in real time, feeding her information, suggesting lines of questioning. The actual texts were pretty bad. Epstein texted things like, he's opened the door to questions, who are the other henchmen at Trump org? And Plaskett replied, yup, very aware and waiting my turn. Then when her turn was approaching, Epstein texted, Cohen brought up Rona, keeper of the secrets, referring to Trump's longtime assistant, Rona Graff. And Plaskett replied, Rona? And quick, I'm up next. Is that an acronym? She then asked Cohen about Graff during her questioning, and afterward, Epstein texted her, good work. Okay. So fair enough. Sounds like that is true in 2019. Wow. I thought that's when he went to prison and then died.
All know that name. When they had a congressional hearing, Democratic member were taking texts from Epstein on questions to ask to go after Trump.
Okay, I still don't know what that has to do with literally anything or why this is like, we're talking about his pedophile ring and Trump's involvement in it.
So Epstein was using her Democratic colleague as a tool to go after President Trump. Just everybody keep that in mind. And then we talk about ICE and how horrible it is. And there are concerns. Everybody wants everything to go right. Nobody ever wants to see somebody die. And they complain about it. But at the same time, hypocrisy, they encourage constituents to go after the ICE agents.
No, nobody has encouraged constituents to attack ICE agents. It's complete nonsense.
To challenge them, to hurt them, to...
No, that's complete garbage. To protest them, yes.
Attack them, and that doesn't make sense. That's hypocrisy. And then we hear about the concern of, going after Democrats, that the legal system, that judiciary and Department of Justice is going after Democrats. But they literally rework the legal system under Alvin Bragg and Letitia James.
Okay, that's New York State, and they didn't rework the legal system or whatever the fuck. Complete nonsense. All the way down with these people. My God, dude.
To go after Republicans and those sympathetic to Republicans.
Just nonsense. No, they prosecuted Donald Trump for falsifying business records in that case, I believe. And they were right to. He did.
So, be careful when you accuse others that you're not guilty yourself.
We're not talking about other people. We're talking about Epstein right now.
Be careful of what you say, because you got a history, and it's easy to go over it.
It's completely irrelevant what anyone else's history is.
I just want to talk about where we were and where we are now. We had over 10 million illegal crossings in the past between 2020 and 24.
Again, what does this have to do with anything? And I don't think those numbers are even accurate anyway.
10 million. There's probably a much bigger number. I'm being conservative. We were told the people weren't dangerous, but they were, General.
No, they weren't. They're less dangerous than people, than U.S. citizens. They commit crime at a lower rate than U.S. citizens. And she's not a general. She is an attorney general. Why does he keep calling her general? I don't understand. Does he think she's in the military?
They were dangerous, many of them. More than 300 individuals on the terror watch list during that time. Violent criminals.
That's just a lie, I believe.
criminals came across, as we saw consequences where mothers and fathers, daughters and sons, children were raped, murdered, hurt, abused, beaten, trafficked, all from the drugs. My God, the drugs they brought into our babies in this country.
Oh my God, dude.
73,000 illegals with criminal histories, 20,000 with convictions of assault, robbery, and sex offenses, 13,000 convicted murderers in our beautiful offenders. It was madness. It was insanity. It's bizarre. It was madness. It was insane.
What's with the... That's weird. It's skipping around and stuff. Also, like, half the shit he's saying right here is either a lie or dishonestly framed.
Insanity. It's bizarre. It's perverse. What in God's name were you doing? So we finally are cleaning this up now. We're finally trying to make it right and safe for our people.
By violating people's rights, by literally executing people in the streets who are simply peacefully protesting.
So my questions are this. General, do you believe in removing criminal illegal aliens from our communities?
Obviously, she's going to say yes. Jesus Christ.
Will save American lives.
Yes, and given the cases that you just discussed, that's proof of it every single day. President Trump is committed to that. This entire cabinet is committed to that and making and keeping Americans safe.
Thank you. Would you agree that, and thank you for doing that, would you agree that allowing individuals with known criminal histories to enter and remain in the United States, we knew this back then, they knew it. Would you agree that creates serious risk to our public safety? I know the answers, but let's just say them clearly.
Yes.
Would you agree that when dangerous individuals are released instead of detained, and they were released over and over and over again, and these are the real issues, this is really what
the real issues, totally.
America cares about. They want their children and their families to be safe. Do you think if you release them instead of detaining them, that crimes will happen because of that?
Absolutely.
Would you agree that, I'm sorry.
And it did.
And it did, thank you. Would you agree that cooperation between, and this is a biggie, and I'm going to ask you to elaborate on this. This is a big deal. This is why some of the problems we're seeing in some of the places like Minnesota are happening. That cooperation between federal and local enforcement, which we always used to have, helps.
Everything just straight up froze on me. No, Minnesota is having problems because of Donald Trump. Directly because of what he is doing. Not because of immigration, because of Donald Trump harassing these people.
Problems we're seeing in some of the places like Minnesota are happening. That cooperation between federal and local enforcement, which we always used to have, helps remove violent offenders from our communities, that we should be a team.
Yes.
And can you elaborate on that a little bit? In other words, when the local enforcement is forced by the politicians, not their fault, not to do their job and not cooperate, why does it create the situations that we see where we have need for crowd control? By the way,
again, like ICE is not doing their job. They are harassing and attacking innocent people. Distinct difference.
They're not peaceful. Those are not peaceful protesters. We know what a peaceful protester is. When you spit on law enforcement, when you push them, when you hit them, when you beat their car. If you can answer the question, thank you.
Time's expired. You may answer the question.
Thank you. Yes, I spent 4 days myself in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. What I will say about some of these sanctuary cities, some of these democratic cities, law enforcement, they quietly want to work with us. I've spoken to law enforcement in multiple cities who want to work with us. And yes, we're going to do everything we can to keep our citizens safe, whether or not these Democrat-controlled sanctuary cities do or don't.
She obviously does not give a fuck about citizens, U.S. citizens. She gives a fuck about Republicans and benefiting MAGA supporters any way she possibly can. It's psychotic.
Damn it, that's what really matters. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I have a UC.
Ms. Crockett from Texas is recognized for UC.
Thank you so much. Donald Trump's approval rating implodes on his strongest issue. This is from Newsweek today. It says 40% of people approve of Trump's handling of immigration and border security, while 60% disapprove.
Without objection,
that is a
admitted.
net drop
now I recognize the gentleman
-20.
from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi.
Like, do they not have to read the article? I'm actually kind of surprised. I would have expected them to be required to read the article. I would think that would be part of the public record. I don't know. Guess not.
Thank you for being here today. I'm going to show you two photos.
Thank you.
I'm going to show you two photos of former Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew.
Oh, yeah, I saw these. This was fucking horrifying, dude. Prince Andrew from the Epstein files. Jesus Christ. This is evil.
Attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. Under the law Congress passed, you are allowed to redact photos to protect the victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation. You redacted the photos of this victim's face because you were following the congressional law. Is that correct?
Wait, what happened?
I'm sorry that we redacted the victim's
Because you were following the congressional law, correct?
Wow, the lag got even worse on this video. What the hell happened? Was this a result of me downloading it or something?
Yes.
Okay. You have now established that please put the photos back up, that we are looking at a sex trafficking victim. Under the Federal Victims Trafficking Protection Act, not only is Jeffrey Epstein guilty, but anyone who patronizes Epstein's sex operation is also guilty of a crime. That's why I find it absolutely despicable that you sought to protect Epstein's clients, like former Prince Andrew. Last July, you closed the case on Epstein's abusers. The July 2025 memo from your Department of Justice stated, quote, "We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties."
That's interesting, right? He just caught her in a lie. That was a flat-out, bald-faced fucking lie. And Kash Patel did the exact same thing. He said there's no evidence that there were other perpetrators involved or that it was a human trafficking ring. It was just Epstein. That's just a lie. We've established that fully now, right?
These two photos, please put the photos back up. These two photos staring you in the face are evidence of a crime and more than enough evidence to predicate an investigation against former Prince Andrew. So I ask you, Attorney General Pam Bondi, why did you shut down this investigation last July, and why have you not prosecuted former Prince Andrew?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions.
Again, like, who fucking cares? This isn't about Merrick Garland. We didn't ask him these questions because he didn't cover up for people like this. She's literally doing a cover-up. Insane how many lies she tells and how propagandistic she is. It's fucking nuts, dude. All right, I'll be back in 1 second. I'm going to let it play, and then we might switch to something else.
When he was...
Give me a second here. Current position. All right, I'll be right back, okay?
I don't believe you asked Merrick Garland these questions when he was Attorney General and set before...
I agree with you.
You twice.
I'm reclaiming my time. I agree with you. I agree with you. During the Biden administration, I called for people looking at Epstein files. Merrick Garland dropped the ball, as did Attorney General Bill Barr, as did Alex Acosta, a whole string of failures. But you are in charge. You have the power to change things, to hold these men accountable, and you're doing the opposite. You're protecting them. So I want to move on to another man.
Can I answer
Donald
that,
Trump.
though?
I want to move on to another
Can I
question.
answer your question about protecting...
You answered the question.
You're saying no. I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files, like former Prince. Here's the video. Like former Prince Andrew, Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein.
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files
I'm reclaiming my time.
be
I got your
released.
answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock.
Stop
the clock.
The legislation. This is
I'd like to reclaim my time.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you, here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop the limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
May I respond?
Yeah, I don't know how you respond. No one can.
I did not ask a question, Ms. Head.
You're allowed to.
I did not ask a question.
Crime in California. He does not want to talk about
I did not ask a
crime
question.
in his state.
You can't just ad lib stuff. I did not ask a question.
Meeting will be in order. The gentleman has yielded back his time. I think our next witness will be more than happy to let the Attorney General
Madam
respond.
Attorney General, would you like to?
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 5 minutes.
You have a few minutes to respond.
Thank you, Congressman. This is what Congressman Liu didn't want to talk about. He didn't want to talk about all the crime that is happening in his state. California refuses to honor detainees because of its dangerous sanctuary city policies. The refusal means California has released 4,561 criminal illegal aliens onto its street. The crimes of these aliens include 31 homicides, 661 assaults, 574 burglaries, 184 robberies, 1,489 dangerous drug offenses, 379 weapons offenses, and 234 sexual predator offenses. That's why they are deflecting. That's why they're trying to talk about the Epstein files. That's currently happening in his home state.
Attorney General, thank you for being here, and I wanted to make sure you had time to respond. I'm going to change gears a little bit. In October, when you were testifying before the Senate, I know you and my friend Senator Katie Britt discussed concerns of infiltration of the illegal Chinese vapes into our country. As a father of three, obviously, I'm worried a little bit about this, and I believe that many parents in the country share our similar concerns. Can you provide an update on DOJ's work in this space over the past few months?
Yes, and thank you for bringing that up. We're talking about the vapes. And this should be an issue where both sides of the aisle can work together on. Parents need to understand, children need to understand that so many of these are being manufactured in China, sent to our country, and have the potential to be laced with lethal drugs. We've seen an overdose. We need to get on the front end of this before we have another crisis and children are dying. I've partnered with Secretary Kennedy, of course, at HHS on this matter, but thank you for bringing it up. You know, they're selling these things as flavored vapes illegally in many stores around the country. Secretary Kennedy and I actually we went and did something on this, and it was sadly the day that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And so it didn't get a lot of attention, nor should it have after that happened. But yes, we're continuing to work on that, and thank you for bringing that up. That's happening in all of our states, and I would ask everyone here, I know Congresswoman Ross was just nodding, it's happening in every state. And not only are they laced with THC.
Backsies. Okay. One second here. I'm just checking something here. It's still assembling, this book is. It's a 71%. That's disappointing. I was really hoping to get to it. We should be able to get to it still today. It's just re-encoding from FLAC to M4B, and it's taking forever. It's The War on Science by Lawrence Krauss. Also, I wanted to, give me a second here to, let's see.
And who put cocaine in the White House?
Yeah, the original is complete.
But thank goodness.
Complete trash. Born to Ride, Donald J. Trump. There was something else I want to look at. What was it? It was, oh yeah, jw.org. Let's take a quick gander here. Doomsday clock moves closer to midnight. Oh my god, dude. Videos. Beware of envy. What's this?
The congregation. The overseer was visiting our congregation.
Let's check, hold on. Let me just check. Yeah, okay. Check Reddit. The r/xjw subreddit. I'm just looking through. $600 per hour for a worldly lawyer. The price of truth in Norway. Wow. How do you feel when you were told God is using a group of New York residents as his spiritual mouthpiece? Section in the reasoning book that asks the question, are JWs an American religion? Interesting. What's this?
You probably have already heard that Japan made...
Hold up.
If you want to do a compare and contrast here on how other countries are dealing with religion, let's look at Japan. You probably have already heard that Japan made it illegal to threaten a child with hell, but they just enacted a bunch of new laws with regards to religion and child abuse.
What? Japan just made it illegal to threaten a child with hell? I did not hear that. Oh my god. Hold on. Oops. Give me a second. Let me see if I can find this information. One second. Oh yeah, and I also want to check friendlyatheist.com. Trump's Religious Liberty Commission just got sued for its pro-Christian bias. Oklahoma finally scraps Bible-heavy, conspiracy-laced social studies standards. Really? That could be interesting. Ryan Walters. We should cover this. Yeah, I think I will. He Gets Us campaign has a PR problem no Super Bowl ad can solve. I may cover this in a second, but let's keep looking at what's going on here. GOP lawmaker asks God to cleanse the government of non-believers. Oh, this, yes.
I pray for our president, Lord, that you would draw him into
Just over a
powerful relationship with you, Father. Thank you for his servant's heart, God. I pray that you would anoint him with the Holy Spirit, God, the power of the Holy Spirit, Lord. Let the president feel you in every area of his life. And
let the president do what?
Spirit, Lord. Let the president feel you in every area of his life. And
you got my attention?
With every decision he makes, God, let him know that you strengthen him. Father, he needs you. Our nation needs you, God. I pray for Congress, Lord, that you would give us wisdom and discernment in all that we do, God. I pray that you would order our steps and give us divine appointments, Lord, to share the gospel of Jesus Christ. And God, I pray that you would put godly people in places of authority and take those people out of those places that are not godly, Lord.
That's psychotic, but not unexpected. Video with auto sub-translation from when an SC judge confronts Rizdal. Oh, I see. That's interesting. Let's keep looking on jw.org. Let's see what they got going on here. What's this? 2026 governing body update number 1? This is a governing body member, I believe.
Welcome. In this program, we'll consider the joy of conducting Bible studies using the Enjoy Life Forever book. But first, here are a few updates. Since our last report, 3 more special conventions were held. From December 26th through 28th, 2025, the second of 2 special conventions was held in Jakarta, Indonesia. That same weekend, a special convention was held in Lomé, Togo. And from January 9th through 11th, 2026, a special convention was held in Auckland, New Zealand. This was the largest
Dude, New Zealand is awesome. I would love to live there.
Convention ever held in New Zealand. All of New Zealand's publishers were invited to attend at the same location for the first time in nearly 50 years. Venue staff praised the thousands of volunteers for their kindness and willingness to assist. They even said people are to be in 32 countries will use the...
I'm just skipping forward to see... Actually, hold on, let me see. It's analyzing right now, so give it a second and I'll see where it gets interesting.
Term international conventions.
My mom went to the one in Sri Lanka, apparently. And she met some dude at the convention center who was like, he was just like, or the hotel. Yeah, she met him at the hotel and he was like one of the people that manage things there or whatever. And he gave her his phone number and they were texting back and forth. And he was very obviously trying to scam her, like clear as day trying to scam her. And he sent a picture of himself after just getting married, going to like the UAE or whatever. And she showed me the picture and it was an AI image. It wasn't even real. And I said to her, Mom, that is an AI image. You realize that, right? And she's like, that's not AI. Why would he send me an AI image? And I was like, it's like, look at the lines on it. They're too flawless. He didn't even try. This is so incredibly fake.
First 3 are scheduled for June 2026. January 1st, 2026 marks 50 years since a significant organizational change was implemented. The Proclaimer's book described it as one of the most significant organizational readjustments in the modern-day history of Jehovah's Witnesses.
And you wrote the Proclaimer's book. Like, these people oversaw the writing department who put that in the Proclaimer's book. They're using their own books as evidence of the things that they say. Oh shit, I died apparently. They have a long history of doing this. And it's something I discovered. How did I die? I don't understand. I died from ice, from colds. Did I zip over to somewhere that was cold and forget to pause it or something? Anyway. All right, let's listen to this. This is Kenneth Cook Jr. This is Governing Body Update number 1, 2026. So I just want to listen to what these poor fools have to say. These Jehovah's Witnesses. Also, yeah, okay, I'll leave it at that.
What was it? The members of the governing body were organized into 6 committees: personnel, publishing, service, teaching, writing, and what is now known as the coordinator.
Okay, hang on. Let me just open it in Scout, in Clipchamp. Do they have some crazy shit in here? What did my analysis find? As Jesus foretold, many are responding to the truth. We're grateful for Jesus' loving guidance as head of the congregation. He's overseeing the preaching work and blessing our efforts to adapt our methods so we can reach as many as possible. Make it your aim to cover one lesson every week if possible. Of course, this may vary depending on your student's circumstances. Of course, congregation publishers no longer report the time they spend in the ministry. Okay, yeah, I think I was at like 2.5, 3 minutes. Let's jump here. Yeah, good.
The members of the governing body were organized into 6 committees: personnel, publishing, service, teaching, writing, and what is now known as the Coordinators Committee. All activities of the organization and congregations around the earth came under the supervision of these committees. On February 1st, 1976, the governing body implemented a related change in the way that branch offices are organized. Instead of one branch servant caring for the work of each branch territory, the governing body appointed branch committees comprised of 3 or more experienced elders. Jehovah's blessing has been evident. In 1976, there were 2.1 million publishers, but now, 50 years later, there are more than 9 million publishers.
Yeah, that's true. They are growing, Jehovah's Witnesses, but believe it or not, to my understanding, their growth is lower than population growth. So actually, they're shrinking, kind of. They're not growing at the same rate that we would expect them to be growing. If they were at least keeping up with population, which means really the only way they're bringing people in is by getting their children baptized. Going door to door and knocking and, street witnessing and stuff is bringing in almost nobody. But their numbers show that they're not even retaining the children of the members. So yeah, they're growing. Fantastic for them. Great. Bad for us, of course, but you're growing almost not at all. In fact, you're going backwards, really.
We're grateful for Jesus' loving guidance as head of the congregation. He's overseeing the preaching work and blessing our efforts to adapt our methods so we can reach as many as possible. We all enjoyed the recent campaign featuring the Watchtower entitled An End to War.
We did? We all enjoyed that? Okay.
How? Reports have come in from around the world, and our brothers and sisters were excited to share this magazine, and people eagerly responded to its timely message. Our public magazines continue to be an effective tool in the ministry. As you know,
they're really not effective at all. Again, they bring in almost nobody through door knocking or anything, which is why they decided not to require members to log their hours anymore. That was a huge change, in my opinion. I can't even believe they did that a while back. You don't have to record or report your hours anymore. Insane.
Each year we have 3 public editions of the Watchtower and 3 of the Awake that can be highlighted in the ministry. This is another option we can use as we start conversations in the ministry and endeavor to start Bible studies. For January and February, we will have the pleasure of offering the public edition of the Watchtower entitled, Does God Care About You?
So they're doing 3 per year of each then? Is that what they're saying?
With so much unrest in the world, what an appropriate topic. No doubt we're all eager to use this magazine in our ministry. Be sure to obtain copies at your local Kingdom Hall. In 2021, a new Bible study aid was released, Enjoy Life Forever. Since then, over 1 million people have been baptized. As Jesus foretold, many are responding to the truth.
The truth, quote unquote, drives me nuts when people call it that nowadays. Like Jehovah's Witnesses still call it that, and people who come out of Jehovah's Witnesses sometimes call it that as well. I always have to correct them.
No doubt we would all enjoy conducting a Bible study with someone who is eager to learn the truth.
The truth.
What direction do we have on how to conduct an effective Bible study using the Enjoy Life Forever book? In 2021, using Enjoy Life Forever in the ministry, also known as the S-196 form, was made available through the congregation.
This looks like Korean.
In addition, the brochure Love People, Make Disciples provides practical instruction. Appendix C is entitled How to Conduct Bible Studies Using Enjoy Life Forever. We've also had parts on the midweek meeting and Watchtower study articles to help us use this tool effectively.
I swear to God, their cadence is so cringy and weird and hard to get through.
But now that we've had several years of experience in using this publication, we've learned some valuable lessons. Thus, we're happy now to share the following updated direction. Let's consider 4 points. First, how much material should we cover each week? Second, do we have to play all of the videos?
The answer, of course, is yes, you do. And yes, you have to cover all of the material.
Third, how should the Explore section be used? And fourth, how can we tailor the material to our students? First, how much material should we cover each week? Make it your aim to cover one lesson every week if possible. Of course, this may vary depending on your students' circumstances. Something that can help us cover one lesson each week is to avoid getting bogged down in discussing the first few paragraphs of the lesson. The first part of the lesson is only the introduction. It's like an appetizer before the main course.
God.
So let's keep the discussion of those.
God, these people are so fucking weird, dude. How did I ever remain a part of this for as long as I did? I don't understand how I managed that. I died through dysentery, Oregon Trail, yeah. Does AI have a tell? AI images? Totally. I mean, not all of them. It's getting a lot better now. But especially the poor quality ones, they definitely have a tell. They're way too smooth. There are no flaws on the corners anywhere, that kind of thing, you know.
First few paragraphs brief. How can we do so? We can encourage our students to read the introduction of each lesson when they prepare for the study. If they do, we do not need to read it again during the study. Instead, we can just discuss the bold questions and read
the bold questions.
Read scriptures. That will allow more time for the dig deeper section. In some languages, the dig deeper section features videos. This leads to our second question. Do we have to play all of the videos?
Yes, right?
Initially, that was the direction that was provided. However, we would now like to clarify that it is not necessary to play all of the videos.
Interesting.
If a certain video does not seem to apply to our student, we do not need to play it.
So you're saying you're trying to save time, I guess.
Realistically, in order to cover one lesson in a study session, it may not be possible to play all of the videos. The goal is to keep the discussion moving so the student stays engaged. Thus, while preparing for the study, we can prayerfully decide which videos to consider and which not to consider, based on our knowledge of the student. Some publishers may not be able to use the videos because they do not have access to the internet. If that's the case where you live, don't feel bad if you can't play the videos at
They are so plastic, dude.
your study. Simply cover the written material in Enjoy Life Forever.
That's the book they study with Jehovah's Witnesses, if you were unaware. Like, they're trying to bring people into the religion. They study this Enjoy Life Forever book. And I've gone through a little bit of it.
Remember, the Bible is our primary textbook. By relying on the scriptures and the material in the Enjoy Life Forever book, you can conduct an effective Bible study even without videos. Our third question: how should the Explore section be used? During the study, it's not necessary to cover the Explore section. That section is simply a resource to answer our students' questions or to address his needs. Based on his needs, we could simply encourage our student to review on his own something in the Explore section that would especially help him. Question number 4.
Or her? Like, you're leaving women out of the equation, huh?
How can we tailor the material to our student? The lessons in Enjoy Life Forever progressively build on a foundation of Bible truth. So generally, it's best to follow the lessons in the order they appear. But we can be flexible. Depending on the needs of our student, we may choose to jump ahead or even back to a lesson that will especially help him.
So they're basically saying you're tailoring the quote-unquote lessons to be useful to the student, as you refer to them. Giving people a little bit more freedom to choose what they think would be best for this person. That's surprising, actually. I'm surprised to hear that they're giving that much latitude to people.
For example, what if your student recently lost a loved one in death? Depending on the circumstances, you may choose to cover Lesson 29. What happens when we die? After that, we could go back to where we had left off in the book. In other cases, we may decide that a certain lesson is not appropriate for our student. It may be that in the area we live or in the culture of our student, that particular topic is not applicable.
In what circumstance would that even be the case?
What should we do? We can simply skip that lesson.
That's crazy.
The point? Be flexible and adapt to the needs of your student. The Apostle Paul was flexible. Do you remember what he said at 1 Corinthians 9, 20 through 22? To the Jews, I became as a Jew in order to gain Jews. To those under law, I became as under law.
So you're saying you're a social chameleon, that you kind of deceived people to make them think that you were somebody other than who you actually are in an effort to kind of sucker people into being a part of your movement?
Though I myself am not under law, in order to gain those under law. To those without law, I became as without law, although I am not without law toward God, but under law toward Christ, in order to gain those without law. To the weak, I became weak in order to gain the weak.
Yeah, you deceived people into thinking that you're related to them. Okay, got it.
I have become all things to people of all sorts, so that I might by all possible means save some. Now, there's one more situation some may wonder about. What if your student gets baptized before finishing the book? What should you do? The answer is found at Colossians 2, verses 6 and 7.
Bro, these people are so fucking cringy, I swear to God. I'm sorry. This is too much.
There, the Apostle Paul stated the goal that all baptized Christians have. Just as you have accepted Christ Jesus the Lord, go on walking in union with him, being rooted and built up in him, and being stabilized in the faith, just as you were taught, and overflowing with thanksgiving. We want our students to be stabilized in the faith. So, what will we do if our student gets baptized before we finish the book? We want to continue studying with him until he completes the publication.
Even if he gets baptized, you're going to study the book with him still? Interesting. Okay.
This will help him to be made firm in the faith. Now, here's one final reminder. Of course, congregation publishers no longer report the time they spend in the ministry. But don't forget that if you conduct a Bible study, on your report you should include the number of Bible studies you are conducting. With the adjusted direction provided in this update.
So that when I was younger, they used to have little pieces of paper, little slips. They're called time slips. And you fill them out every month. Like, how many hours were you out there knocking on doors or talking to people about Jesus or whatever? And how many return visits did you have? How many book studies did you have? Things like that. And I suspect part of the reason that they said you don't have to report those things anymore might be because of GDPR, because people can request those things. You turn those into the world headquarters. And the European Union basically said, you have to legally provide all data to people that you have on them if you're keeping data on them. So they've chosen to, like, not do that anymore, I guess. I don't know if that's the reason why. That's just my suspicion. It was a pretty big deal at the time.
Conducting. With the adjusted direction provided in this update, it will be easier for us to help students progress faster and to enjoy their study even more. In this update, we've seen how Jehovah's organization is united in pure worship, at conventions, through organizational adjustments, and in our ministry. We've also discussed how to conduct effective Bible studies using the Enjoy Life Forever book. Simply put, tailor the material to the needs of your student and keep the study moving. As we apply these suggestions, we will experience the joy of making disciples. But what if you feel intimidated at the thought of conducting a Bible study?
Then
Take to heart the reassuring...
Then you're not a good Jehovah's Witness, if that's the case.
At the thought of conducting a Bible study. Take to heart the reassuring words of Philippians 2:13. God is the one who, for the sake of his good pleasure, energizes you, giving you both the desire and the power to act. Yes, ask Jehovah to give you the desire and the power to conduct a Bible study.
So the answer is, if you're uncomfortable cramming Jehovah's Witness shit down people's throats, then get used to it, deal with it, because that's part of the process. Is that right? Is that what he's telling us? Hang on. I'm having a problem with this. Let me click the play button. Trying to fix something so we can listen to this book if I want.
Jehovah is the giver of every good gift and every perfect present. You can look forward to receiving a wonderful answer to that prayer.
Bro, these people are so fucking cringy, I swear.
Brothers and sisters, we love you very much and appreciate your hard work in the ministry. From the world headquarters of Jehovah's Witnesses, this is JW Broadcasting.
The end. Anyway, I swear they're so cringy and plastic and stiff and weird. I used to be like this, dude. I could probably still kind of imitate the cadence, like their style of speech and everything. If this doesn't scream cult, I honestly don't know what would. Tell me what you think in the comments. All right. I was really hoping to be able to play... hold on. Let's see. Just a second here. I guess we could cover this too. All right. There's this article on Hemant Mehta's website, Friendly Atheist. It's titled, Oklahoma Finally Scraps Bible-Heavy Conspiracy-Laced Social Studies Standards. If you don't remember what happened here, there's a guy named Ryan Walters who famously became the superintendent. He was chosen by a board, I believe, and then he was elected later. And he did some absolutely insane stuff with the curriculum in Oklahoma schools. He was superintendent over all Oklahoma schools. And it was nuts. The things that he said and did were absolutely nuts. And he ended up quitting not too long ago to work for some think tank somewhere, I believe. And I guess they're kind of starting to dismantle all the damage that he did, basically, while he was there. So I just want to read this article by Hemant Mehta and see what's going on with him. In the latest bit of good news out of Oklahoma, the state's Department of Education has released a new version of its standards for public school social studies classes. I think he instructed teachers to teach from the Bible in social studies, if I remember. These are the required topics teachers must incorporate into their lessons. And unlike the version promoted by the former superintendent of public instruction, Ryan Walters, which were so blatantly illegal that the state Supreme Court struck them down in September, the new draft doesn't lean into Christian nationalism or right-wing conspiracy theories. The new version was released last week by Walters' replacement, Lindell Fields, who promised months ago that he would fix the mess Walters left behind. When asked in October if he would do something about the standards, he responded in a very understated way. Quote, I think there will be some changes to them, yes. So who is Lindell Fields? Let's see if I can find info on him. He is... 30 years experience in education, specifically within career tech system. Improving reading proficiency. Before his role, he's superintendent and CEO of Tri-County Technology Center. Interesting. He emphasizes building high-performing cultures and supporting classroom teachers and staff. So he seems legit, tentatively. I guess we'll see. He has experience, unlike a lot of these people, so there's that. Why were the changes so necessary? Let's go back to December 2024, when Walters said in a press release that his new standards mention the Bible and its historical impact over 40 times. Let's see, what was this? Is this a video? What is this? Hold on. It's loading very slowly. Oh, it looks like it was just a press release. Okay. Here's a line from it. They include Superintendent Walters' Bible curriculum recommendations and mention the Bible and its historical impact over 40 times. Oklahoma is putting the Bible and the historical impact of Christianity back in school. Eradicate radical woke influences from our schools. What were some of those lessons? First graders would be taught the purpose and meaning of the Pledge of Allegiance and the significance of the phrase under God. They would also have to explain the meaning of "In God We Trust" and the importance of religion to the American people. Second graders would be taught stories from Christianity that influenced the American colonists, founders, and culture, including the teachings of Jesus of Nazareth, like the Golden Rule, for example, or the Sermon on the Mount. Eighth graders would have to evaluate the role of Judeo-Christian ideals in supporting colonial demands for independence. Wow. As exemplified by the Bible being a frequently cited authority by America's founders. Spoiler, it wasn't a frequently cited authority. No, it wasn't. In fact, we were the first secular constitution ever on this scale at a bare minimum. But, you know, he's going to lie and twist things around and everything. It's just vile how these people fucking lie. Drives me insane. For high school students, the indoctrination was even stronger. Christianity and slavery were only connected in the standards through Christian humanitarians who called for its abolition. But there's no mention of how the Bible was often used to justify enslavement. Hang on, let me just check something real fast. During the rename, locked a play button. Can you copy it? In U.S. government classes, students would have to describe how the Constitution was influenced by religion, morality, and the Bible as a frequently cited authority by America's founders. And in world history classes, the Bible was cited as a historical text, and students would have to describe how Christianity worked in ancient Rome, including the meanings and effects of Jesus of Nazareth's words as recorded by Matthew. Matthew didn't write Matthew. This drives me nuts. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were not written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and or John. In fact, there's a lot wrong with Ryan Walters' teaching standards, but the dude himself is a fucking scumbag.
Hi, my name.
Here, this is a great example of one of the problems that Ryan Walters created in schools.
Hi, my name is Aaron Baker. I'm a high school social studies teacher in
You know, I'm sorry, let's step back for a second. I don't normally like to talk about politics on this channel anymore. This is going to my main channel, by the way. But sometimes religion and politics intersect, especially when it comes to like Christian nationalists. So this type of thing I'm fine with.
Hi, my name is Aaron Baker. I'm a high school social studies teacher in Oklahoma. And this is one of two God Bless the USA Bibles that was sent to me by State Superintendent Ryan Walters. And
so I believe he had all social studies teachers receive what I think is a Trump Bible, or maybe it isn't a Trump Bible. Maybe it's just a Ryan Walters Bible or whatever. But it had very specific things in it.
After months of claiming that one of these Bibles was going to be in every Oklahoma classroom, two finally arrived at my school with my name on it specifically because I teach AP, U.S. government, and politics. I don't want to talk today about the issue of Bibles in classrooms. If you want to see a catalog of my world religions library in my classroom, you can see a previous video about that. I want to talk about this Bible in particular. When I first received this Bible, the first thing that struck me was that it was very generic, leather-bound, King James version of the Bible, just like I grew up with, probably owned a dozen or more.
King James version is a bad copy. They basically, like in the 1700s, they had few sources to work with at the time. And over the past few hundred years, we've discovered more sources. I believe one of the sources they were working from was in the Vatican archives, and it's like 1,500 years old or something. And it's called the Byzantine source, if I'm not mistaken. And then there's the Alexandrian source. And the Alexandrian source was not discovered until fairly recently. But the Alexandrians actually lived in the region at the time and were recording what was happening directly and had nearly a complete copy of a lot of the books of the New Testament, for example. So the Alexandrian source is more definitive and better because it has a lot of this information available. Like, and you can see where the Byzantine source cut stuff out and left verses out and changed words and things like that to fit their narrative, which happens over time, you know? It's not a big deal or whatever. It's just, as historians, people had to like go through and make sure that they weren't like trusting sources that were not fully trustworthy. The closer to the original time frame we can get, the better. So we use the Alexandrian source nowadays to get a few hundred years closer to when it was originally written. And the Alexandrian source shows us that the Byzantines modified a bunch of shit. So modern Bible translations cut a bunch of Byzantine source material out and used the Alexandrian source instead. But the New King James Version, they retranslated everything from the Byzantine source and ignored the Alexandrian source. So it's less accurate. The New King James, the NKJV, is a poorer translation than other modern translations that we have. We shouldn't be using New King James. If you want to know the chosen translation by scholars, it would be the RSV, the Revised Standard Version, NRSVA, the new Revised Standard Version, anglicized, I believe. NRSVA is the one you should be looking for. That's what scholars use. But okay, I guess they're going to completely ignore like scientific and historical discoveries. So whatever.
In my lifetime. It's not a study Bible. There's no in-text commentary. There's nothing unique about the version in and of itself. The only thing that is quote-unquote special about this Bible is that in the back, when I was a kid, where the maps used to be, is where we find a letter from Lee Greenwood, followed by the Declaration of Independence, followed by the Constitution of the United States, the Bill of Rights, the Pledge of Allegiance, and then a place for notes. As I was looking through, I came across the Constitution, and since I teach government, I was interested in the presentation. As I mentioned, the Bill of Rights is listed here as well, although the Bill of Rights are part of the Constitution. And then if the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments to the Constitution are mentioned, and then that is directly followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, something became apparent to me. One could say that parts of the Constitution are missing, particularly amendments 11 through 27. But you could also make the argument that this is the wrong Constitution, in fact. The Constitution in this Bible contains what's called the Three-Fifths Compromise, which was summarily removed by the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, which abolished slavery in the United States.
So they excluded the Constitution, the other amendments. They left them out of this translation of the Bible. That's wild, dude. That is a wild, egregious... I can't even call it an oversight.
The 14th Amendment is also missing from this Constitution, and that is where we get the due process of law. This is not an accident. This is an incomplete, at best, Constitution that's in this Bible, and it's a dishonest Constitution, and it's not the Constitution that I teach in my classroom. I believe that this firmly indicates that we are exiting a stage of MAGA revisionist history where the message is that slavery was not that bad, and we are firmly entering into one of the final stages of MAGA revisionist history, and that is that slavery never existed. And that's what appears to happen in this Constitution and this Bible, because the original articles of the Constitution does not use the word slavery. The 13th Amendment has a direct reference, and if you are trying to rewrite history, leaving those amendments out will help make that point. This is very concerning, and I wanted to raise the alarm on the fact that this kind of blatant revisionist history is being pushed into our schools in Oklahoma, and it needs to stop.
So the point is, that shit's disturbing, right? That's the type of shit that Ryan Walters was doing. That's the kind of thing, that's the kind of legacy that he left behind. And it's absolutely insane. Actually, check this out. Hang on. Give me a second. Okay, it's been a while since I've shown this on screen, so let me see if I can... Hang on. Give me just a second here. 1 second. Oh my God. Okay, I just want to show you something. Yes. You can see my big, beautiful leg here on screen. Okay. Okay, you get to look at my... Sorry. Wait. Can you... Why is it crooked? That's weird. Why... Can I not... Holy Christ, dude. Can I not... Apparently I can't zoom out. What? Why is it jumping all over the place? Is it... Okay, that's weird. This is... I'm using my phone camera here. This is American Patriots Bible. And it's absolutely psychotic. I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull it up here. See if I can... All right, this is the American Patriots Bible. And it's got some really psychotic stuff in here. So you've got like a bunch of Christian documents. Like you've got the Bible and stuff. And then you have a bunch of founding documents here. Like randomly, you've got, you know, your book of Genesis and stuff, book of Exodus. And then at random points, here, it'll just kind of, the hell is going on? Oh, it's my fan. I was like, why is this page normally like randomly turning itself? All right. And then oh my God, page, stay down, Jesus. And then at random points, oh no, it disconnected. What happened? Oh. And then at random points, it'll talk about stuff like Noah Webster and education. Noah Webster, who was called the father of American scholarship and education, was the great American lexicographer who gave us the very first American dictionary of the English language, so on and so forth. Let's see, the law of the Nazarite. And then here's another spot, Numbers 27. It just kind of jumps into, it is impossible to rightly govern the world without God in the Bible. I mean, this is the type of shit that they were sending to schools. I think this one was produced specifically by like David Barton. Let's see, hold fast to the Bible as the sheet anchor of your liberties, write its precepts in your hearts and practice them in your lives. To the influence of this book are we indebted for all the progress made in true civilization. This is supposedly Ulysses S. Grant? Like, is this even real? Half the shit isn't. faith of the founders. The founders largely didn't have faith to speak of. Especially like Thomas Jefferson, they have to cherry pick and find all of these little spots where they talked about, where they talked about Jesus to any degree. And then in the back, you've got, you got the book of Jude. Look, the book of Jude at the top says America. Absolutely insane, dude. Absolutely wild. And then at the back, we've got the normal maps, Samaria, Ephraim, Simeon, Moab on this side. Where's your Constitution? Is the Constitution in here somewhere else? Is it at the front? A call to action. Let's see. What's a call to action say? During some of the darkest days of the there we are. During some of the darkest days of the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln reminded his fellow Americans that we've been the recipients of the choicest bounties of heaven. They're pretending Abraham Lincoln was a Christian. He was bi at the bare minimum. He did not fit their mold of Christian nationalist at all. We've been the recipients of the choicest bounties of heaven, to be born in a land of freedom, to live in a nation founded as one nation under God by those who served the one true God of the Bible, is both a tremendous privilege and a great responsibility. I was hoping to find... I'm wondering if they have, like, the Bill of Rights in here, if they include the entire Constitution. Do they not even have the Constitution? There's no way they excluded the Constitution from a book like this. Here. No. The 7 principles of the Judeo-Christian ethic. Deaths of family members, military and public service. Look, a map of the United States. Insane, dude. The 50 states. Ancestors of interest. Family records. Holy matrimony. This certifies that blank and blank were united in holy matrimony. Insane. Absolutely fucking nuts, dude. Patriots Bible is what this is called. The Patriots Bible. The Word of God and the Shaping of America. And they have this fake picture of George Washington here kneeling and praying next to his horse. This is a painting, not an actual photograph of Washington. But they use this in British Israelism to claim that the founding fathers were the real Jews and that they dedicated the United States to God and all that other shit. It's insane. Absolutely insane. Anyway, the point is that's the type of shit that they're sending to the schools. You know what? I'm not actually sure. Yeah, this is New King James Version as well. That seems to be the chosen version for Christian nationalists for some reason. I should look into that. I'm sure there's a good reason for it. Anyway, I am glad to see that Ryan Walters is out because he was nothing but destructive. It sounds like, this new guy is getting rid of all of that nonsense. So that's fantastic news. Anyway, tell me what you think in the comments. Okay, cool. Now, I wanted to listen to The War on Science. Wow, it's a long book. Hold on. Let me see. Give it a second. They were deists. Yeah, for sure. Ryan Walters single-handedly made the students of Oklahoma dumber. Yeah, for real. He actually did. Less educated. All right, let me see.
Introduction and overview. Universities and science institutions in the West are unfortunately no longer guaranteed to be places where the free and open exchange of ideas is encouraged, nor where scientific progress can be carried out unhindered by ideology.
Okay. Let's listen to this for a couple of minutes. The War on Science. It's by Lawrence Krauss. Hang on, let me pull it up. Oops. 1 second. Let me find it. The book itself. 1 second here. It's loading. I got it. All legal. Yeah. Legal. We'll do it on your terms, motherfuckers. All right, let's just... Why is it not loading? I don't understand what's happening here. Here we are. Okay, there we go. Got it. Okay. Where does it start? Here. Okay. Introduction and overview. Scientific truth stands above human feelings and politics. I don't have the VTT file, so I'm not actually sure where this book starts. Let me see if I can find out. Hold on. 1 second. It's a long book, dude. I'm surprised by how long it is. It's 18 hours, an 18-hour read. Shit. I'm sorry. Just give me 1 second here to figure out what's going on. Okay. The War on Science. I was hoping to get... Damn, I was really hoping to get the subtitles for it, but I can't find the subtitles, unfortunately. What does the original intro even say? Is it worth listening to? Administration, staffing, and students in science scholarship. Yeah, let's listen to the intro because it seems interesting. Universities, science institutions in the West, unfortunately, no longer guaranteed to be places where free and open exchange of ideas are encouraged. Okay. So Lawrence Krauss wrote this book titled The War on Science, or edited by Lawrence Krauss, I guess, in 2025, I believe, which is like right when Donald Trump took office, or maybe right before he took office. And it was basically a diatribe about how wokeism is destroying the United States. Lawrence Krauss is maybe one of the most famous atheist scientists ever, next to Richard Dawkins. And also well known as one of Jeffrey Epstein's best friends, as it happens. He's in the Epstein files over like 500,000 times or something crazy like that, to my understanding. So it's like a real shame to see him, like, to see his name at all. I would really rather not see him appear anywhere. But to write a book about wokeism destroying, science, when Christian nationalists have taken control of the government, is a joke. So I just want to listen to like the introduction to his book, which I obtained all legal. Yeah. Hang on, I got to find the video now. All legal like.
Sexist shit. And no, I don't have to talk to you politely. You sexist shit. In Jasper County, motherfuckers, I'm coming for you. You motherfuckers, I'm coming for you.
In case you didn't catch on, she's MAGA, and she's very upset about Joe Biden and the government.
Yeah. All legal like. Yeah, legal. We'll do it on your terms, motherfuckers.
So the point is, I obtained this book, all legal like. Yeah, legal. We'll do it on your terms, motherfuckers. So let's listen to this book, which I obtained all legal, and see what Lawrence Krauss had to say here. Hold on. Where the fuck did it go? Here it is. All right.
Introduction and Overview. Universities and science institutions in the West are unfortunately no longer guaranteed to be places where the free and open exchange of ideas is encouraged, nor where scientific progress can be carried out unhindered by ideology.
Like, universities are not carrying out scientific research unhindered by ideology? What are you smoking?
Faculty, even tenured faculty.
Oh, what are you smoking? And are you smoking it with Jeffrey Epstein? I would like the answer to that, sir. Thank you.
Faculty have lost their jobs or been otherwise censured for their speech or writing.
Give it a fucking rest. I hope he's going to list them. We'll go through all of them. As of now, I don't know of a single one that's been censured because they weren't woke enough or whatever.
And students are afraid to ask questions in class and are even often encouraged by their universities to report language they find offensive.
Oh, please. Really? He's claiming that students feel like in danger of asking questions in class? What an absolutely fucking insane thing to say. Lawrence Krauss, 5,194 times in Department of Justice Epstein Library. There you go. Thank you for the clarification there. Right.
Universities have created vast bureaucracies under the guise of what is generally called diversity, equity, and inclusion.
He's attacking DEI of all things. While Christian nationalists literally take control of the government, this dumb son of a bitch is complaining about DEI.
They are accountable to no one and police both behavior and language. Questions ranging from the difference between sex and gender to the question of whether indigenous science warrants the name are often forbidden to even be raised in the classroom or in academic meetings. Merit, at the heart of academic progress, is also now being questioned in academia and in scientific institutions more broadly. Identity-based quotas, both gender and racially based, are being imposed on academic hiring and promotion around the world, independent of both the questions of how this might impact academic excellence.
Bullshit. He's saying that universities are hiring people because they're black, and that's making, like, the academic field worse. That's what he's saying. They're being hired because they're black, and that's making academics perform worse. What a colossal fucking scumbag, dude. Like, we knew he was as a Jeffrey Epstein fan, but is there, like, a bottom?
And to what extent such measures are actually required or even useful. From a fundamental perspective, is it essential that the composition of researchers and teachers in every discipline reflect the underlying demographics of society as a whole, independent of the available pool of emerging talent? As university and government DEI programs have restricted hiring and promotion to those whose ideological predilections conform to DEI manifestos.
Bullshit. You don't have to have a position on DEI to get hired. Complete fucking nonsense. All the way down. This is persecution complex bullshit that I would expect from Christian nationalists, not from the world's most famous atheist scientist.
Faculty and administrators are becoming more prone to impose critical social justice. CSJ. Ideology throughout their academic activities. The notion, critiqued by former Harvard University President Lawrence Summers in the epigraph of this book.
Wait. Larry Summers? Isn't he also in the Epstein files? Like, all fucking over them? If I'm not mistaken, I believe he is. It does not surprise me that Lawrence Krauss would cite Lawrence Summers. Yeah, no, he was one of the main contributors to this book, apparently, yes. Let me just verify this. See if we can get some info. while we listen to this.
That universities have a role to play in moral education has resurfaced with a vengeance.
Yes, he's all over the Epstein files. Lawrence Summers is. This book seems to be full of Epstein clients. Seriously, like, what the fuck? The table in the Epstein files. Let's see if I can see section 4. Give me a second. See if I can. Section 4. And then Peter Boghossian, I'm not sure if he's in the files or not, but let's see what I can find out here. Jordan Peterson is in this as well, of course. I'm not sure if he was in the Epstein files. I don't have reason to think that he was, but I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find the answer to these questions. All right. Let's see what we can find.
Dubious postmodern notions regarding objectives, evidence-based inquiry and epistemology, and, more recently, CSJ, while once restricted to fringe departments, have now become endemic, making their way into the mainstream, even in hard science curricula. Those hired under the banner that racism and sexism are rampant in academia tend to echo that in their research and teaching. As a result,
I mean, racism and sexism are rampant in everything. I mean, it's not like people intend to be racist or sexist even. You don't have to have an intentional actor doing this. It's just how the system works, obviously. For example, people with black-sounding names are less likely to get hired for jobs. That is a scientific fact that we can scientifically review to figure out like why and what's going on with it and everything else. That's known beyond a shadow of a doubt. But is Lawrence Krauss bringing that up? That is an example of systemic racism. No conscious actor in the system has to be racist for that to be the case.
the debate about scientific issues often becomes stifled. For example, the question of whether gender-based differences between fields reflect underlying sexism or simply deeper psychological or sociologically based differences in interests between the sexes cannot safely even be raised in numerous universities.
Are you fucking kidding me? Like, scientists can do any research that they want to do. Nobody is stopping you from doing research as a research scientist.
As various faculty who have lost their jobs or affiliations can attest. One of the more pernicious facets of this new incursion of ideology into scholarship is the notion that language conflates with violence and that personal offense gives one special right.
Okay, who the fuck said that language is like conflated with violence or whatever? Like, are there any notable people who have said such a thing? Any congressmen, any politicians, any scientists, any university leadership that has said something like that? And has that actually affected anybody's job? Additionally, like, if you're an actual literal Hitler-loving, Sieg-heiling Nazi, you know, I would venture as far as to say you're bordering on violence with that, at the bare minimum, right? What kind of, like, things that you say are you claiming shouldn't be considered violence exactly? Like, what is Lawrence Krauss saying to people that he's being accused of using violence against them over? There are no citations here, lol. Yeah, I remove citations as part of like my text-to-speech process, but I believe that this didn't have any citations in the first place because I went to the end of the book and looked and found that there were no endnotes, no citations whatsoever at the end, but it said, for a list of citations, go to this website. And I don't give a fuck about this book, so I decided not to go to the website to look. But I don't believe that there are any citations through this whole thing. I could be incorrect there, though.
The use of certain words is prescribed in academic environments, government, and the media as if they were sacred mantras.
I'm not sure what word he's referring to.
Scholars and journalists have been sacked for using the wrong word, independent of its context.
You mean like people just saying the N-word? I mean, what are you even talking about? You have an example here? Or are you just like complaining about being a victim constantly? If somebody says the N-word, let me put it this way. I wouldn't say the N-word if I were an academic. Maybe try not doing that. That's probably a bad idea if you want to be viewed as a professional and not have your reputation destroyed. Just try not saying the N-word.
And even more worrisome, various academic journals now advise their editors to not accept papers that might cause offense, regardless of their validity or potential importance.
Evidence of this? I'll take literally anything.
A vigorous dialectic is essential for academic progress, especially in the sciences. That means active questioning and open debate, and even the possibility of provocation or offense must not only be tolerated, it should be encouraged.
No. Offense should not be encouraged. You shouldn't encourage people to say the N-word to a black kid. That's fucking stupid. You're an idiot if you believe that. Studying subjects that are hard to talk about should be allowed. Certainly. Absolutely. I 100% agree with that. Who is stopping you from studying things? Who is this monster, this evil maniac who is like forcing you to not study a subject? And what is the subject?
Science is a social activity, unlike popular perception, and it cannot properly function.
All right, let me phrase something this way. There are subjects that are taboo to talk about in universities sometimes. Political subjects, primarily, like Israel-Palestine, for example. But that's not what he's even complaining about. He's complaining about DEI and wokeism and shit like that, and feminists going too far. That's what he's complaining about right now. And it's an embarrassment. You can talk about feminism until you're blue in the fucking face, okay? No one is trying to stop you from talking about feminism.
Unlike popular perception, and it cannot properly function unless ideas can be dissected and even attacked. Only in this way can weak or incorrect ideas be filtered out. Students are also suffering in this environment. Not only are they missing out on necessary experiences of critical reasoning, but there are also important subject areas that faculty simply avoid at the risk of stirring up controversy.
I'm sorry. You're saying that critical reasoning is not allowed in universities anymore? We are being prevented from using critical reasoning, is what you're saying? Give it a fucking rest, dude. This is insane. What critical reasoning are we not, doing? He's saying, regardless of a subject or he didn't even specify a subject beyond the, subject of the book, which is DEI and wokeism. He's saying university students are not being exposed to critical reasoning. What an absolutely fucking insane thing to say. I complain about DEI all the time. Hiring should never address race to hire anyone. Qualifications is what's important. Absolutely, I agree. But herein lies the problem. If people are unqualified for a job, they're not considered for that job. That's not what DEI says. DEI does not say you must consider unqualified people. DEI says you want to expand the diversity in a company. So right now, the black community makes up 13% of the population, and the white community is, I don't know, say 65%. I have no idea. I'm just throwing a number out for that one. But Walmart, for example, might have 95% white and 3% black and 2% other or whatever. Again, I'm throwing out numbers. I'm just trying to illustrate a point. So Walmart tries to hire a little bit closer to the representation in society instead of hiring all white people. That's what DEI is. That's not even accurate exactly, though, because they can't use racial quotas. Racial quotas have always been illegal. In fact, affirmative action, which I was kind of describing, is illegal now anyway, so it doesn't even matter. I don't know what DEI people are even complaining about in the first place, since affirmative action was done away with. But either way, it's trying to make it more fair. White people historically have gotten positions that they have not deserved over black people who did deserve those positions, and DEI has tried to right that wrong a little bit by bringing in additional people. Or like, here's another example. It's actually DEIA, accessibility. Like, disabled people shouldn't be discriminated against and should be included in the hiring process, irrespective of whether they're disabled or whether they're black or white or whatever. DEI is trying to bring people in regardless of any intrinsic qualities about them. Race was never... DEI was never about choosing somebody's race over their qualifications. Never. I'm just looking. If two people are equally qualified, race should not be the deal breaker of which gets hired. It's not. That's not the case. Affirmative action was erased either way. And if there is a disparity, if white people are disproportionately hired, trying to push toward having fairness and equality should be desirable.
The notion that language is somehow a form of violence has created additional tensions in classroom education.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Language is violence. I have no clue what he's going on about right now.
The creation of safe spaces where students will not have to confront ideas or words that make them uncomfortable hasn't helped.
Okay. Seriously, like, how widespread are safe spaces anyway, honestly? But okay, whatever.
Students need to be protected from hearing them at all costs, and most importantly, if anyone is particularly sensitive to any word or idea, too often, all those around them must be protected too.
Like, this is spoken like somebody who has no fucking clue what it's like to actually be persecuted.
In fact, numerous studies have suggested that this escalation has caused students to feel less safe, increased their anxiety levels, and encouraged them to hold back from open discussions in classrooms.
Okay, well, if you want to be taken seriously as a scientist, I would recommend citing those studies. He said numerous studies. What studies? This is supposed to be a book about, like, an academic book, right? What studies? Why would you say numerous studies? Have you never written a scientific article before? Or a scientific, like, book? I don't understand.
At the same time, one is witnessing a generation of students, including those educated at supposedly elite institutions, who have not been trained to think critically. The current conflict in the Middle East is something that generates strong opinions and passions. But watching videos of some Columbia student protesters made it clear that they had little or no critical perception of what they were protesting for or against.
So I assume that Lawrence Krauss is in favor of Israel then, right? Because that's what the Columbia protests were about. Israel's mistreatment of or genocide of the Palestinians.
In effect, universities have often become hostile work and learning environments, ironically in large part because university bureaucracies, in a misplaced effort to identify and root out hostile environments, have created hypervigilant policing that encourages a sense of victimhood and creates a climate of conflict and tension.
Okay. I'll take a lick of evidence for that. I'll take literally anything.
Years ago, I wrote that one of the central purposes of education is to make you uncomfortable. Only when you move outside of your comfort zone are you likely to examine your own pre-existing biases and discover truths about the world that you might never have otherwise allowed to enter your consciousness.
Okay, sure.
Unfortunately, in the current climate, intellectual comfort has become a standby at universities rather than an anathema. The emerging threat to science and reason has percolated outside ivy-covered walls to scientific and government institutions and to industry. Formerly prestigious science journals are not only devoting increasing space to parroting critical social justice ideology, they are, in some cases, censoring scientific articles that editors feel may not be in accord with them.
Please, any evidence. I will take literally any single thing.
Even if the results of these articles are not in dispute.
Like, even if the results aren't in dispute. Look, you're making some real heavy claims here, Lawrence. I assume he's the one who wrote the introduction. You're making some heavy claims. Are you going to give us any evidence at all? I will take literally anything. Let me look at the original EPUB and see if it had footnotes. I don't think it did. Hold on. Review. Okay. Oh, shit. I can't open the review. Damn, why? Shit, I'm having all kinds of problems with my system here. The War on Science. Here it is. This is the original that I did not clean up. Is it going to open? No. No, it doesn't have any footnotes at all in it. Yeah, this was the original all along. There are no footnotes in here. There are no references. There's nothing. They literally cited nothing. Let me go to the end of the book, because I remember they had a page about here, right here. All right, the War on Science. Here's the reference page. Read references. Section 1, Lawrence Krauss on Substack called attention to a fatuous article in Scientific American opposing the word intelligence in the phrase extraterrestrial intelligence. Intelligence is a white construct? Wait, this isn't even a reference. This is just Lawrence Krauss citing Lawrence Krauss. Or this is Dawkins citing Lawrence Krauss, I guess. You didn't even tell us the name of the article? The fancy is an academic one, of course. Our intercourse, if any, is overwhelmingly less likely to be by physical contact than by radio waves or equivalent at over distances measured in light years. Conversation must give way to monologues separated by years, if not lifetimes. But for the sake of argument, I imagine that they actually touch down on terra firma and that we find some way to break the language barrier. I don't understand. I am so fucking lost. These are not references. Look, this is a reference. Pringle, page 295. Peter Pringle, 2008, The Murder of Nikolai Valivov. That's a reference. Is it a valuable reference? I'm not sure. I would have to look into who this is, Peter Pringle. But these are not references. Why didn't you just put this text in the book itself? I'm so lost.
And Jasper can't
Hang on.
to talk to Jens politely. You sexist shit.
I'm just so confused by all of this, by their interpretation of things, by the fact that they wanted this book to be taken seriously. I'm so fucking lost.
As I reported recently in the Wall Street Journal, an analysis of grants demonstrated that U.S. science funding agencies like the National Science Foundation and the National Institutes of Health spent hundreds of millions of dollars on social justice initiatives instead of fulfilling their mandates of all, supporting scientific research. And the heads of these organizations often almost proudly claimed, without evidence and purely on the basis of demographic data, that their own institutions are systemically racist.
So I guess he just denies that systemic racism exists at all? Is that what he's saying? Again, like, I go back to this study because it's the clearest cut case and it's right off the top of my head, but if you have a black sounding name, you are less likely to be hired for a job. Completely irrespective of qualifications or anything else, or even skin color. If your name is Tyrone, you're less likely to be hired than John.
At the same time, a number of these organizations have required prospective grant recipients to conform to certain political and social justice ideals as a part of the granting process. This intrusion of ideology into the process of science funding is particularly egregious. Beyond the direct threat to science, there was the opportunity cost of drawing key funding away from the scientific enterprise and of forcing researchers to take time out of doing science to explicitly prepare proposals conforming to certain CSJ dictates. And parochially, for the West at least, the issue of scientific competition becomes relevant. For countries to compete economically in the 21st century, support for science and engineering is vital. China, India, Singapore, Korea, and numerous other countries are building up their research enterprises, sometimes beginning to outstrip the West, unencumbered by these ideological strictures. Recent events, following the election of Donald Trump, have changed the landscape of federal funding. Executive orders issued require funding agencies to remove numerous extraneous DI-related programs, as well as requirements for grant proposals.
So they're glad that Donald Trump was elected, I guess, is what I'm reading from this, right?
This is a very welcome change, and while some agencies have already complied, it remains to be seen how this will percolate down through the academic hierarchy. While this volume focuses, for the most part, on scientific disciplines, it is worth pointing out that academic policing of language and ideas is occurring in the humanities, perhaps even more severely, and is dramatically impacting hiring and scholarship in other fields.
Again, like, what policing of language or whatever?
In this regard, as Joshua Katz and Solveig Gold describe later in this volume, in the field of classics, which, after all, traces a civilization closely tied to the emergence of modern science and philosophy in the West, there is new critical social justice resistance to even studying Latin or Greek, and their connection to the emergence of modern Western philosophical and...
Dude, these people live in another reality, seriously. That they would even say something so fucking ridiculous as people believe you shouldn't be studying Latin or Greek because it's whitewashing something or because of social justice, something like what? What the fuck are you talking about? Who said any of this? This shit is wild.
Scientific thought. In areas like music and art, masterpieces are being dismissed, and in the name of equity, merit, too, has become an anathema. As Heather...
Like, art is being ignored or disregarded or tossed out because it's white art? What are these people smoking?
MacDonald, in her book When Race Trumps Merit, poignantly argued, when museum and other cultural organizations declare their mission to be anti-racism, the final result, if unchecked, will be the cancellation of a civilization. It is vitally important for the progress of scholarship and the scientific health of the nation and the world for these trends to be opposed. The first step in this process is to make the public more fully aware of just how worrisome the situation has become. While many faculty and administrators recognize the problems in higher education and in institutions supporting scientific and scholarly research, many are afraid of speaking out because of the possible consequences for their own careers. Nevertheless, the potential problems are so grave and the stakes so serious that a stellar group of 39 distinguished scholars from a wide variety of disciplines and a wide variety of experiences, including a full spectrum of political leanings, have agreed to contribute to this volume describing the existing and emerging threats. All of them have a common interest in combating the current trends hindering higher education, scholarship, science, and reason. Some of these scholars have been canceled as a result of their statements or actions.
Yeah, and of course Lawrence Krauss would be talking about himself there, right? Lawrence, you weren't canceled for your controversial speech. You were canceled for your connection to Jeffrey Epstein and for taking advantage of women, basically, if I remember correctly. Literally defended Jeffrey Epstein all the way back in 2008 when he was charged with, God, what was it? He was soliciting sex from a minor, maybe? I don't remember.
And others have watched from the sidelines. Some have successfully fought for change within their own institutions, and others have not been so successful.
Like, what change does he want? I mean, and successfully fought for change? What are you trying to do? Like, get rid of safe spaces or something? There really are no safe spaces around.
All share, however, the recognition that something needs to be done. They have agreed to brave the minefield to describe the current challenges and, in some cases, point out possible solutions to the current dilemma of ideology trumping science and reason in our society. I applaud them for their clarity and bravery in speaking out at the current time, and I thank them for the time and energy they devoted to writing about these important issues.
Yeah, so just talking about the authors here, significantly in the Epstein files, Lawrence Krauss, Steven Pinker, Richard Dawkins. Wait, Dawkins appears 71 times across 40 documents in the Epstein files. I did not know that. But the mentions are predominantly references to his scientific work rather than personal correspondence. Okay. That's fair then. Sam Harris is in there. Harris discussed his unexpected appearance in the Epstein files on a recent podcast episode, apparently. According to Harris, he met Epstein briefly at a TED event and later received an email from Epstein inviting him to dinner with people like Woody Allen and Noam Chomsky, which he apparently didn't attend. His involvement appears minimal. Neil Ferguson? No evidence so far. The historian Neil Ferguson appeared in the Epstein files, but Sarah Ferguson appears extensively, the Duchess of York, but that's a different person entirely, so disregard. The rest of the contributors, Jordan Peterson, Alan Sokali, Nicholas Christakis, Gad Sad, Jerry Coyne, they don't appear to be in the Epstein files. But that's fascinating. Okay.
I've given each of them carte blanche to write on subjects that most concern them based on areas of their own interest and expertise, and have at most lightly edited the pieces. The views expressed therein are their own. As a result, this compilation is not monolithic. It reflects a diversity of opinion on certain issues, different concerns, and different perspectives. That is precisely what the authors of this volume are advocating should be reflected in the functioning of our universities and research support institutions.
Well, I can't help but notice that all of the people on this list are fucking scumbags who are, like, at a bare minimum, racist fucks who try to destroy any work that society has done to counter racism and hatred and, you know, anti-trans bigotry and things like that.
You, the reader, are encouraged to draw your own conclusions. This volume is organized into sections corresponding to major issues, including free speech, victimhood, and ideology, ideological corruption of academic disciplines, cancel culture.
Cancel culture, oh please, dude.
The impact of DI policies, gender, race, ideology, science, and scholarship. And finally, what can be done? Together, they broadly encompass deep concerns about the current war on science, scholarship, and reason. In the rest of this introduction, I want to provide a brief overview of these issues with selected examples to provide some perspective for what is to follow.
Okay, lay it down for me.
I have found myself recently reflecting on the contrast between the situation today and that of when I began my career as a faculty member at Yale University in the mid-1980s. The science departments at Yale were located on what is called Science Hill. However, the separation between science and the rest of campus at the time wasn't just geographic. Those of us in the science department sometimes felt like poor cousins at a university dominated by very well-known English and history departments, where the bulk of Yale undergraduate students studied. At that time, something called deconstructionism was in vogue in several of the humanities departments, notably the English department. An outgrowth of postmodern ideas associated with Michel Foucault. Deconstructionism was based on the notion that there was no ultimate truth or meaning in any scholarly work or text that could be understood without first deconstructing the ideological biases, gender, racial, political, cultural, etc., of the authors and the society in which they wrote. Equally important was the idea that human social and intellectual activity derived from forms of domination, where notions of power and oppression completely governed all relations in writing.
Okay, so he's talking about a scientific concept that was developed at a university by some university professors in the humanities department in the 80s, like 50 years ago, or 40 years ago, right? Isn't that like exactly what he's pushing for in this book, for people to develop like new scientific concepts and theories and ideas and beliefs and whatever? Like, what is his complaint here anyway? Okay, so you're saying that you are trying to shut down their scientific exploration?
We in the sciences scoffed at what we interpreted to be the lack of intellectual standards in a movement that argued against objective truth and claimed that all knowledge was tainted by ideological biases.
All right. All knowledge is tainted by ideological biases. That was the argument. I don't think I agree with that, but it's something that can be discussed, right? What is he even referring to? Like, is there a specific event that he's talking about? He told us a time frame.
After all, stars emit frequencies of light that are not only independent of human biases, but were also emitted before humans even evolved.
I remember this argument. I think I looked into this a while back. And there was somebody who was exploring, for the sake of argument, or for the sake of just studying it, exploring the possibility that a lot of knowledge is subjective and not objective. Like, even knowledge that we think that we know beyond a shadow of a doubt is subjective. And it was like one guy that was working on this study or whatever, and it never went anywhere because that's absurd. And how long ago? 40 years ago? You're going back to a study that's like 40 years old by one individual that never even caught on. And you're saying that like this is the foundation for the modern left?
In 1996, the U.S. mathematical physicist Alan Sokal published a famous spoof paper in the social science journal Social Text. The paper was entitled Transgressing the Boundaries Towards a Transformative Hermeneutics of Quantum Gravity. The paper made no sense scientifically, but his purpose at the time was to demonstrate how low the scholarly standards of postmodern scholarship in the humanities had become. Here is a typical quote from the paper.
Wait. So the point was to demonstrate that anything can be submitted to a peer-reviewed journal? Is that what he's saying? Some dude wrote a nonsensical article about the hermeneutics of gravity intentionally to prove that like anything can be peer-reviewed? Is that like what he's trying to say? Why would you be citing anything from this? It's obvious nonsense.
Most recently, feminist and post-structuralist critiques have demystified the substantive content of mainstream Western scientific practice, revealing the ideology of domination concealed behind the facade of objectivities.
It's obvious nonsense, right?
All reality, no less than social reality, is at bottom a social and linguistic construct. The scientific community cannot assert a privileged epistemological status.
Hang on, let me see. Let me see if I can find more info on this specifically. One second. Quote for the... All right, here we are. Give me a second. So-called affair of 1996 is one of the most famous academic hoaxes in modern history. That's what he's referring to here. Alan Sokal, a physicist professor at NYU, did submit a deliberately nonsensical paper titled Transgressing the Boundaries Toward a Transformative Hermeneutics of Quantum Gravity to Social Text, a postmodern cultural studies journal. The paper argued, among other absurdities, the quantum gravity was a social and linguistic construct. Social Text published it without peer review, and Sokal revealed the hoax the same day, arguing it demonstrated that certain humanities journals would publish anything that flattered the editor's ideological preconceptions as used the right jargon. The quote Krauss includes from the paper is real. That's genuine from his spoof. Sokal later expanded on the episode in a book co-authored with Jean Brickmont called Fashionable Nonsense, Postmodern Intellectuals' Abuse of Science. So we're talking literally 30 years ago when this happened, all right? It's worth noting the irony that Krauss is using this anecdote in a book about threats to science. Krauss, who, you know, as we discussed, had over 5,000 mentions in the Epstein files, sought advice from a convicted sex offender on how to handle his own sexual misconduct allegations, publicly defended Epstein of his conviction, and was himself found by Arizona State University to have violated harassment policies. Just throwing it out there. Okay.
With respect to counter-hegemonic narratives emanating from dissident or marginalized communities. At the time, scientists laughed when reading this during coffee discussions when the spoof was announced, and they congratulated themselves with the statement, "It can't happen here." Fast forward 27 years. In 2023, the Journal of Chemical Education published an article entitled, "A Special Topic Class in Chemistry on Feminism and Science as a Tool to Disrupt the Disconscious Racism in STEM." The abstract and body of the paper contain phrases that are eerily familiar and equally nonsensical. This article presents an argument on the importance of teaching science with a feminist framework and defines it by acknowledging that all knowledge is historically situated and is influenced by social power and politics.
Again, this was an argument made like decades ago that wasn't really picked up by anybody or trusted or believed or whatever, so I don't know why he's even going on about it here.
The course will explore the development and interrelationship between quantum mechanics, Marxist materialism, Afrofuturism pessimism, and post-colonial nationalism. To problematize time as a linear social construct, the Copenhagen interpretation of the collapse of wave-particle duality was utilized. In the same year, the Physical Review, the preeminent journal of physics in the United States, published in its physics education section. Here is some of the text. Within whiteness, the organization of social life is in terms of a center and margins that are based on dominance, control, and a transcendent figure that is consistently and structurally ascribed value over and above other figures.
Okay, let me just pull this and see if I can find more info on this one, on like what he's referring to right here. One second here. This one is also real, apparently. The Physical Review paper, Observing Whiteness in Introductory Physics. It was published in Physical Review Physics Education Research in 2022 by Amy Robertson and W. Tully Hairston. By the way, like, these are people who are just submitting things to peer-reviewed journals. When did it become unacceptable to study things that you want to study? Like, when did it become unacceptable for researchers to follow their interest and their line of study the way they want? Isn't that what this entire fucking book is about? People studying what they want to study without people like Lawrence Krauss attacking and criticizing them? What happened? Like, what happened to that? I don't understand how he can say this with a straight face without recognizing the irony here. Regarding, let's see. It's probably worth noting, though, that the Physical Review Physics Education Research is a distinct section from the main Physical Review journals that publish physics research. It's a physics education journal, so this wasn't published alongside particle physics papers. It was published in the education research arm. So calling the Physical Review the preeminent journal of physics and then citing its education subsection is kind of a lie, but okay. The title, Undergraduate Mathematics Education as a White Cis-Hetero-Patriarchal Space and Opportunities for Structural Disruptions to Advance Queer of Color Justice, is also real. It was presented as the joint mathematics meeting. So Krauss is citing real examples, but his framing is doing some heavy lifting, obviously. This is not submitted to the main physics paper or the main physics like journal or whatever. He's obviously lying here, or it's a sleight of hand, an intentional sleight of hand. He has to know what he's doing. And again, since when is it wrong for scientists to track down their area of interest? Isn't that exactly what he's bitching about in the first place?
Entangled with the above is the use of whiteboards as a primary pedagogical tool. They also play a role in reconstituting whiteness as social organization. They collaborate with white organizational culture, where ideas and experiences gain value, become more central when written down. This incursion of postmodern gobbledygook was not limited to the physical sciences alone.
Okay, well, first of all, that's not a physical science. It was submitted to an education arm of a physical sciences peer-reviewed journal. And second, this is going to be peer-reviewed, right? And if peer review shoots it down, then that's a scientific process working. I don't understand what his issue is here.
Here is the title of a paper presented that same year at the Joint Mathematics Meeting. The largest math congress in the world, Undergraduate Mathematics, Education as a White Cisheter Patriarchal Space, and Opportunities for Structural Disruptions to Advance Queer of Color Justice.
Right, this is what the article I was reading a minute ago was talking about. Again, this one was real, but this was from a different journal than he's claiming. This is from their education arm.
Lest it seem that these are merely fringe occurrences, laughed off by the bulk of the science community. It is worth noting that the prestigious National Academy of Sciences awarded their highest prize in scientific communication to a physicist who wrote a paper entitled Making Black Women Scientists Under White Empiricism, the Racialization of Epistemology in Physics.
Okay, so you say, Lawrence Krauss just said, these are not fringe examples, even though those were fringe examples that were disregarded and in some know-nothing, like tiny little sub-wing of a different paper or a different journal. These are fringe examples. And then he cites another example that has a title that seemingly backs up what he was saying. Let me see if I can find info on this. This is a real paper. It's published in 2020 in Science, Journal of Women in Culture and Society, a peer-reviewed journal from the University of Chicago Press. The author is Chanda Prescod-Weinstein, a theoretical cosmologist and physicist at the University of New Hampshire. The paper argues that the culture of physics operates under what she calls white empiricism, the idea that the practice and epistemology of physics, while presented as objective, is shaped by the social identity of the predominantly white male scientists who practice it. She uses the case of how the physics community responded to allegations against certain prominent physicists, including notably the sexual misconduct allegations against Jeffrey Marcy, as a lens to examine how credibility and authority function within the field. So it sounds to me like this is an example of a scientist studying a subject that they were interested in and submitting it to a peer-reviewed journal, right? Is that what this is? What's his complaint exactly here?
Among the many gems in the paper is the phrase, Black women must, according to Einstein's principle of covariance, have an equal claim to objectivity regardless of their simultaneously experiencing intersecting axes of oppression.
Okay. I mean, I haven't read the whole article, but I don't think I fully understand what's wrong with that.
The misuse of the physics principle of covariance here is...
I mean, that was obviously a joke, right? It was clear as day a joke.
Virtually straight out of Sokal. Interestingly, later that year, Sokal himself published an in-depth analysis of this paper, tearing apart almost every word of it.
Great. That's a peer review. I'm sorry. That's a peer review process working. Welcome to science. First time?
Why, you might ask, would he waste his time on such nonsense? Because it turned out that that paper was number 56 in the altmetric ranking of the top 100 most discussed scholarly articles for 2020, cited 37 times in the literature, including 14 citations in the science education literature. Moreover, the only place where Sokal could publish his counter-critique was a new journal entitled The Journal of Controversial Ideas. Attacks on science, reason, and scholarship are occurring in at least 4 major areas: the sociology of science, the infrastructure of science, academic freedom, and free speech, and finally, the scientific and scholarly enterprise itself.
Like, isn't that literally exactly what he's doing? Attacking free speech by trying to prevent people from, like, submitting peer review or submitting their studies for peer review? Is that not exactly what he's doing right now? How can he possibly say this with a straight face? I'm not a scientist, and I'm not qualified to even review these. I'm not qualified to analyze like how accurate any of this stuff is. I have to rely on the scientific community for their interpretations. And as far as I can tell, Lawrence Krauss and this little gang of Epstein clients here that he's gathered are pretty much the only ones that seem to think that there's some nefarious thing happening with science where people are trying to censor free speech or whatever. What free speech were any of these articles censoring? They were literally just submitting peer-reviewed articles for peer review. This is wild, dude. Anyway, tell me what you think about it in the comments. Maybe I'll read more of this. I mean, it's a very long book, but maybe we'll pick out some of the most insane, like, essays written by the most insane people. Like maybe Jordan Peterson's essay in this or whatever, and read through them. But tell me what you think in the comments. All right, I got to get out of here. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. It's been fun, and I will talk to you guys on Sunday. All right?